If you're enjoying this video, smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell. Share it with your friends and let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Every like and subscribe helps the channel grow. My name is Mason Powell, and I've seen things no man should see. Not in Korea, though those memories haunt me too, but here in these quiet woods of Mount Rainier National Park. People think the wilderness is peaceful. They don't know what I know. It started on a crisp autumn morning, the kind where your breath makes little clouds. The sun was just coming up as I began my patrol. I tried to ignore the smell that followed me, cooking meat, like someone had a campfire going with breakfast. But there was no fire, no campers. The smell wasn't real. My doctor calls it a hallucination, says it's from my time in Korea, from what I had to do to survive. No one else could smell it, just me. The forest was too quiet that morning. Usually there are birds singing, squirrels rustling through fallen leaves, the occasional deer snapping twigs as it moves between trees. But that day, nothing. Complete silence. It made the hair on my neck stand up. Then I saw the tracks in a thin layer of early snow. At first I thought maybe a deer had come through, but these weren't normal deer tracks. They were huge for one thing, and they walked on 2 legs, not 4. The prints went deeper than they should, like whatever made them was carrying a lot of weight. I followed the tracks, noting how they headed toward the area that was recently opened for logging. The local tribes had fought against cutting those old trees down, said the forest was sacred, protected things. But money talks louder than legends, I guess. My radio made a sound then, not the usual static, but something else. Voices whispering, in Korean. I froze, my hand shaking as I held the radio closer. "We're dying, Mason," the voice whispered. "So hungry." My blood turned to ice. Those were the exact words Lee had said before he died in that hellhole in Korea. Before I had to survive, I switched the radio off and on again. Normal static. Nothing else. When I got to the ranger station, my boss Tom was looking worried. 3 hikers missing, he said without even saying hello. College kids from Seattle went exploring near the new logging site. Should have been back 2 days ago. I didn't tell him about the tracks or the radio. He already thought I was unstable. The quiet ranger with the 1,000-yard stare. Instead, I asked, "Search party? You, me, and Bill are heading out after you get some coffee in you. You look like hell, Powell." While Tom made calls, I went to the file room to look up any similar disappearances. That's when I found it, stuffed in the back of a drawer, a leather journal from 1943. The cover worn and pages yellow with age. I recognized the handwriting immediately. My father's. I hadn't seen him since I was 8 years old. Mum always said he just walked into the forest one day and never came back. She'd lie and say he loved being a ranger so much he became one with the trees. I knew better. He abandoned us. But here was his journal, and inside were drawings of tracks. The same exact tracks I'd seen this morning. I didn't have time to read more because Bill Oakes showed up, ready for the search. Bill was the best tracker in the park, part Nisqually on his mother's side. If anyone could find those missing hikers, it was him. "You see something strange out there today, Powell?" Bill asked, eyes narrowed like he already knew the answer. I hesitated, then nodded. "Tracks, big ones, like a deer walking on 2 legs. Instead of laughing, Bill's face went serious. "My grandfather used to talk about such things. Let's find these kids fast." Our search party headed out, following the missing hikers' last known route. They'd planned to camp near Tahoma Creek, not far from where the logging company had taken down 100-year-old trees. We found their campsite just as the afternoon shadows were growing long. Their tents were still there, backpacks torn open, with contents scattered. A pot of stew still hung over a dead campfire. The moment I smelled that stew, my mouth started watering so bad I had to turn away. It reminded me of the smell that wasn't really there, the one that followed me since. "Korea. Mason, you okay?" Tom asked. I nodded, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Fine. Bill was walking the perimeter of the camp, studying the ground. Something dragged itself through here, he said. Heavy, going that way. He pointed toward the area where the oldest trees had been cut down. As we moved deeper into the forest, I noticed what Bill had already seen. There were no animals, no birds, no squirrels, not even insects buzzing around. The forest was dead silent, just like it had been before I found what was left of my platoon in those Korean mountains. "Look at this," Bill said, pointing to a tree. There was frost on it, despite the day being above freezing. The frost formed patterns, almost like writing. "What is it?" Tom asked. Bill touched the frost gently. "My grandfather would say these are warnings. See this symbol? It means those who hunger without end." I felt sick, remembering the hunger, the days without food, the choice I made. "Let's split up," Tom suggested. "Cover more ground before dark." It was a bad idea, but I didn't argue. We each took different directions, agreeing to meet back at the campsite before sunset. I headed toward where most of the logging had taken place. That's when I heard the voice. "Mason, Mason, help me. I can't feel my legs." I knew that voice. Private James Cooper. He died in my arms in Korea. His last words asking me to tell his mother he loved her. No one else knew what he'd said to me, no one. I followed the voice, my rifle ready, knowing it couldn't be real, but unable to ignore it. In a small clearing, I found a deer carcass. The sight made me stumble backward. The deer had been taken apart methodically, organs removed, spine extracted, the remains arranged in a specific pattern that only I would recognize. It was exactly how I had arranged the remains of my comrades after I took what I needed to survive. A secret I had never told anyone. The sun was setting fast as I ran back toward the campsite, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Whatever was in these woods knew me, knew my secrets. And it was hungry, just like I had been. That night was the coldest I'd ever felt in these woods. The weatherman had promised mild temperatures, perfect for camping. He was wrong. Dead wrong. We huddled around the campfire at the ranger outpost, me, Tom, and Bill. None of us talked much about what we'd seen. Tom was on the radio trying to arrange for more search help in the morning. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "It's dropping below freezing out there. The forecast said it would be in the 50s all week." I sipped my coffee, which went cold too fast. "When did they start that logging operation? Operation Timber Yield?" 3 weeks ago, Bill said quietly. "Right after they got final approval. My people protested for months, but..." He shrugged. "Money always wins. I couldn't get the image of that deer carcass out of my head. Or the voice I'd heard. Cooper's voice. I'd never told anyone what he said to me before he died. I tried to sleep, but the nightmares were worse than usual. I dreamed of Korea, the snow, the hunger, waking up to find another member of my platoon had died in the night. The choice I made. The taste. I woke up sweating despite the cold. Dawn was still hours away, but I couldn't stay in bed. I grabbed my flashlight and walked around the outpost. That's when I saw them. Strange symbols carved into the trees surrounding our cabin, fresh cuts, still seeping sap. I ran my fingers over one of them. It looked exactly like the markings on my father's old compass. The only thing of his I had left. I didn't wake the others. Instead, I sat on the porch, rifle across my knees, watching the darkness until morning came. At breakfast, Bill was acting strange. He'd found some jerky in his pack and was tearing into it like he hadn't eaten in days. The meat was practically raw. "Damn, I'm hungry," he kept saying. "No matter how much I eat, I'm still so hungry." A chill went through me. Those were almost the exact words I'd written in my private journal after Korea. Words no one had ever read. "You feeling okay?" I asked him. Bill looked up, a strange glint in his eyes. "Fine, just can't seem to get full, you know." Before I could answer, we heard the helicopter. Tom had called in air support to help with the search. We went outside to watch it approach, flying low over the trees toward the area where the logging had taken place. Then something impossible happened. The helicopter tilted sideways. No warning, no obvious reason. It just tilted and then dropped like a stone into the forest. We heard the crash, saw the smoke rising. "Jesus!" Tom shouted, already running for the truck. "Call it in!" Bill and I followed in another vehicle. The crash site wasn't hard to find. A trail of broken trees led right to it. But when we got there, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The helicopter was crumpled like it had hit concrete, not forest floor. There was no fire, which was strange enough. But the pilot was frozen solid. His skin was blue-white, covered in frost, even though there was no ice or snow anywhere else. Tom checked for a pulse, but we all knew it was useless. No one could survive that. But something else caught my eye. Marks on the pilot's neck and shoulder, bite marks. They looked human, but bigger, deeper, like something with a human mouth but inhuman strength had tried to take a chunk out of him. Bill saw them too. He turned away and threw up in the bushes. Later, as we waited for the investigation team to arrive, Bill told me something I'll never forget. My grandfather sold the logging rights to this section of forest back in 1938. He said, voice hollow. The company didn't exercise them until now, but the deal was made long ago. A week after signing the papers, my grandfather killed himself. Left a note saying he'd made a deal with hunger itself. I stared at him. What does that mean? Bill shook his head. I don't know, but there are stories in my tribe about a thing that lives in the oldest parts of the forest. A thing that is always hungry no matter how much it eats. A Wendigo. We needed to reach the ranger station to report what happened, but the radios weren't working. Bill suggested we hike to higher ground to get reception. As we climbed, the day got darker, like the sun was setting hours too early. Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of something watching us. A tall, thin figure, standing perfectly still. It was wearing a red jacket, the same type of park ranger jacket my father used to wear. "Dad," I whispered, even though it was impossible. The figure vanished behind a tree, and I ran after it. Bill called for me to stop, but I couldn't. I had to know. I found nothing. No tracks, no sign anyone had been there. But I did find an old ranger station marker. The paint faded to almost nothing. This area hadn't been used by rangers in decades. When I turned back, the forest was filling with fog. Thick, white mist that seemed to rise from the ground itself. And it smelled. God, it smelled like blood and cooking meat. My psychiatrist once told me this specific hallucination, the smell of cooking meat, was my guilt manifesting. But Bill smelled it too. I could tell by the way his nose wrinkled. "We need to get back," he said, "right now." The fog got thicker. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. Then I lost sight of Bill completely. "Bill?" I called out. "Bill, where are you?" His scream came from somewhere to my left. A horrible, pain-filled scream that cut off suddenly, just like my platoon's radio calls had ended before I found what was left of them. I ran toward the sound, the fog parting just enough to let me see the ground. There was Bill's ranger hat, lying in a patch of frost that had no business being there on an autumn day. I picked it up, turned it over. Inside was a photograph, old and faded. It showed 2 men standing in front of a massive felled tree. One was my father. The other, I guessed, was Bill's grandfather. The radio in my pocket crackled to life. Not static this time, but a child's voice, high and clear. "The hunger never stops," it said. "You know this better than anyone, Mason. You've felt it." I dropped. The radio, like it had burned me. It kept talking from the ground, the child's voice growing deeper, more distorted. "We've been waiting for someone like you, someone who understands true hunger." Night was falling now, impossible, too fast, and I didn't know which way was back to the ranger station. I spotted an old fire lookout tower on a ridge and headed for it. Somewhere safe, somewhere with walls. The tower had been abandoned for years, but the door was intact. I barricaded it the same way I'd learned to do in Korea, when I had to protect what was left of my platoon from scavengers. Before I had to, I'm not going to say it again. You already know what I did. The temperature inside the tower dropped rapidly. I could see my breath in the air. That's when I noticed the marks on the inside of the door. Deep gouges in the wood, like something with claws had tried to get out, not in. Out. The wind picked up outside, howling around the tower, but mixed in with the wind were voices. My platoon members calling my name, begging to be let in. "Mason, please, I'm hurt bad. Let me in." "Powell, open the door. It's so cold out here." "Mason, I know what you did to us. We forgive you. Just let us in." My hands shook as I searched the tower by flashlight. In a drawer, I found another journal. The cover had my father's name on it. The last entry was dated October 1948. I began to read, and the truth, the horrible, impossible truth, finally started to make sense. My hands trembled as I read my father's journal by flashlight. His handwriting got messier toward the end, like he was writing in a hurry, or like his hands were changing. "It comes when the old trees are disturbed," he wrote. "The thing with antlers, the Wendigo. It punishes those who take what isn't theirs to take, whether it's the flesh of another human or the ancient trees that keep it sleeping." I shut the journal as something heavy landed on the roof of the tower. The whole structure shook. Then came the sound of claws dragging across metal. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It sounded exactly like the mess tin I'd used to prepare food during those desperate weeks in Korea. "The food I don't like to remember, Mason." The voice came from just outside the window. It wasn't the wind anymore, it was too clear. "Son, let me in. It's cold out here." My father's voice. A voice I barely remembered. Forced myself to look out the window. What I saw wasn't my father. It wasn't human at all. It stood maybe 9 feet tall, so skinny it looked like skin stretched over bones. Its ribs pushed against its chest like they might break through. But its head, God, its head was the worst part. A deer skull with antlers that reached toward the night sky. Where its eyes should have been were just black holes, like looking into ice so dark it swallowed light. Around its neck hung tatters of cloth, red cloth. The remains of a park ranger jacket. I stumbled back from the window, knocking over a chair. The thing outside spoke again, but now it used many voices at once. My father's, my platoon members, and others I didn't recognize. "We've been waiting. For you, Mason. Waiting for you to join the cycle. Your father did. Now it's your turn." "What cycle?" I found myself asking, even though talking to this thing felt like going crazy. "The hunger cycle. Your father made the same choice in these woods that you made in Korea. He tasted flesh that wasn't his to take. And so did I before him, and so will others after you." Dawn was coming. I could see the sky getting lighter through the windows. The creature seemed to notice too. It moved back from the window, its movements jerky but fast. "I'll wait," it said. In my father's voice. "I've waited decades for you already. What's a few more hours?" As the first rays of sun touched the tower, the thing retreated into the trees. It moved like it was in pain, like the light hurt it somehow. I didn't waste time. I searched the tower thoroughly now that I could see better. Under a loose floorboard, I found carvings, old pictures etched into stone. They showed the Wendigo, and what looked like a ritual. People gathered around a fire, a sacrifice. The carvings told a story. Those who eat human flesh become cursed. The curse passes down through families, generation to generation. The Wendigo calls to them, transforms. Them, the cycle continues, unless it's broken. I kept searching and found a hidden compartment in the wall. Inside was another of my father's journals, newer than the first. The cover read, "Project Sentinel Wilderness," with an official-looking seal. I didn't recognize. This wasn't just my father's personal journal. It was a field report. My father hadn't been just a park ranger. He'd been part of something called Project Sentinel, a government program that monitored supernatural entities in federal land holdings. The journal explained that the Wendigo is drawn to bloodlines with the hunger. People who have consumed human flesh. It can remain dormant for years, decades even, before calling to the next in the bloodline. My father had been monitoring the Wendigo until he became one. I was still reading when I heard someone outside calling for help. Not the Wendigo this time. A human voice. "Help! Somebody help me!" It was Bill. I grabbed my rifle and cautiously opened the door. The morning light revealed Bill lying at the bottom of the tower steps, covered in frost despite the sun warming. Everything else. His skin was pale, his lips blue. "Mason," he croaked as I approached. "Don't come closer. Something's wrong with me." I ignored him and helped him into the tower. His body was ice cold. Worse, his fingers had changed. They were longer, the nails hardened into something like claws. "I'm so hungry," he whispered. "I can't stop thinking about meat, raw meat." I tried to eat a squirrel, Mason, caught it with my bare hands and just bit into it. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with tears. "Kill me, please, before I change completely." "Change into what?" I asked, though I already knew. "Into that thing, the Wendigo. It got inside me somehow when the fog came. It showed me things." Bill grabbed my arm, his elongated fingers digging in. "It showed me what you did in Korea. What your father did out here in 48. I pulled away. "What are you talking about?" "Your father didn't disappear, Mason. Project Sentinel executed him after he started to transform. They knew about your family's curse. That's why they recruited you as a ranger, to monitor you." I sat down hard, my mind reeling. "How do you know this?" "My grandfather was part of it too. That's how our families are connected. He betrayed my people by selling the land, and your father betrayed his oath by feeding on human flesh. The Wendigo marked both our bloodlines. I helped Bill to a cot and covered him with blankets, though they didn't seem to help his shivering. While he rested, I read more of my father's field journal. The Wendigo, according to my father's research, gains strength when the forest is damaged. The oldest trees in these woods had been keeping it contained, their roots forming natural boundaries. It couldn't cross. The logging operation had destroyed those boundaries. Looking through old records my father had collected, I found photos dating back to the 1920s. Disappearances in the park spiked every time logging operations expanded. "Mason." Bill's voice sounded weaker. "There's a researcher your father mentioned. Her, Dr. Eleanor Crane. If anyone knows how to stop this thing, she would." As if summoned by her name, there was a knock at the tower door. When I opened it, a woman stood there, tall, thin, with silver-streaked black hair pulled back in a tight bun. She wore hiking clothes and carried a heavy backpack with equipment. "Ranger Powell," she said. "I'm Dr. Eleanor Crane. I believe you've been experiencing a Class 4 entity manifestation. May I come in?" I let her in, too stunned to speak. She looked exactly like a photo in my father's journal, a photo from 1948. She hadn't aged a day. "I've been monitoring the situation," she said, setting down her pack. "The logging operation triggered a dormancy breach, just as I warned the department it would." She looked at Bill and frowned. "He's transitioning. Stage 2 already." "Transitioning? Into what?" I demanded. "I think you know," she replied. "The same thing your father began transitioning into before we had to terminate him. The same thing you've been fighting since Korea." My blood ran cold. "How do you know about Korea?" "Project Sentinel has kept tabs on your family for generations. Mr. Powell, we know about your time as a Marine sniper. We know about the 6 weeks you were trapped behind enemy lines. We know what you did to survive." "I had no choice," I said, the words burning in my throat. "We were starving. They were already dead." "I'm not here to judge you," Dr. Crane said. "I'm here because the entity is fully active now, and you're uniquely positioned to help us contain it." "How?" The Wendigo is drawn to those who've tasted human flesh. It sees you as kin, as family. That makes you vulnerable, but it also gives you power over it. Outside, the sky was darkening again, unnaturally fast. Night was coming, and with it, the Wendigo would return, and it was hungry. Dr. Crane worked quickly, unpacking equipment from her bag. Strange devices I'd never seen before, vials of dark liquid, and what looked like pieces of bone carved with symbols. The entity will return at nightfall, she said. We need to prepare. Entity? I asked. You mean the Wendigo? She paused, giving me a look I couldn't read. We use clinical terms at Project Sentinel. Less room for superstition that way. Bill moaned from the cot, his skin now stretched tight over his bones. He looked thinner than he had an hour ago, like he was wasting away despite the protein bars. Dr. Crane had given him. Can you help him? I asked. The transformation can be slowed, sometimes reversed if caught early enough. She filled a syringe with liquid from one of the vials. This will buy us time. After injecting Bill, Dr. Crane turned to me. Your military discharge and ranger assignment weren't accidents, Mr. Powell. After what happened in Korea, you were flagged by our system. We've been watching your bloodline since your father's transformation. My father became one of those things. The idea made me sick. Not completely. We intervened before the final stage. She wouldn't meet my eyes. We had to. You killed him, I said flatly. We released him from a fate worse than death. The final transformation is excruciating. The hunger becomes unbearable. Imagine feeling like you're starving to death every minute of every day, but no matter how much you eat, it never stops. I didn't have to imagine. I remembered the hunger in those Korean mountains, the way it clawed at my insides until I couldn't think of anything else. Why bring me here then, if I'm at risk of becoming like him? Dr. Crane smiled thinly. Because you're bait, Mr. Powell, and potentially the solution. She explained that Project Sentinel had been tracking supernatural phenomena in national parks since the 1930s. The Wendigo was just one of many entities they monitored. Most of these beings remained dormant unless disturbed. The logging operation crossed a boundary that had kept this one contained for decades. And you couldn't stop the logging? I asked, anger rising in me. We tried. But some forces are more powerful than even Sentinel. Economic interests, political pressure, she shrugged. We adapt. We contain. We clean up messes. Outside, the sun was setting. The tower grew darker despite the battery-powered lanterns Dr. Crane had set up. Bill's breathing became more labored, his fingers now fully transformed into long, bony claws. Why am I the solution? I asked, tearing my eyes away from what was happening to my friend. The Wendigo is drawn to bloodlines tainted by cannibalism. Your father consumed human flesh during a blizzard in 1942 when he was stranded with another ranger. You consumed human flesh in Korea. The pattern repeats. I flinched at hearing it stated so plainly. I didn't have a choice. Choice is irrelevant. To the Wendigo, only the act matters. Dr. Crane checked her strange devices, which were blinking faster now. But your connection to it gives you power over it. You can help us trap it. How? With this. She pulled out a knife made of obsidian, its blade so black it seemed to swallow light. And your blood. Before she could explain more, her radio crackled. A voice came through, professional and calm. Dr. Crane, we've evacuated Ranger Oakes's family. His wife and son are showing early signs of genetic resonance. I grabbed the radio from her. What does that mean? What are you doing with Bill's family? Dr. Crane took the radio back firmly. The hunger travels genetically, Mr. Powell. Bill's wife and child were evacuated for their own safety. You mean you're taking them to a lab somewhere? We're protecting them and others from them. She turned away, speaking into the radio. Proceed with Protocol 17, full containment. I looked at Bill, remembering how normal he'd been just yesterday. Now his skin was grey, his body wasting away while his teeth grew longer, sharper. This could be me soon, or worse, someone in my family I didn't even know about. Are there others in my bloodline? I asked quietly. Dr. Crane hesitated. Not that we know of. Your father had no other children. You have no children. A cold relief washed over me. At least my curse would die with me. The tower suddenly shook, the metal groaning as something heavy landed on the roof. Claws scraped across the ceiling, and a terrible wailing sound filled the air. Part animal cry, part human scream. Bill sat up on his cot, eyes wide. "It's calling me," he whispered, his voice now raspy and thin. "I can hear it in my head." Dr. Crane moved quickly, drawing symbols on the floor with chalk and placing the bone carvings at specific points. "It's sooner than I expected. The logging must have weakened the boundaries more than we realized." She handed me the obsidian knife. "When it comes for you, and it will come for you, Mr. Powell, you need to wound it with this. Just a small cut, enough to get its blood. Then we can complete the binding ritual." Binding ritual. To contain it until the forest can regrow. The old trees were natural prisons. Their root systems formed barriers the entity couldn't cross. Without them, we need to create an artificial containment. The wailing outside grew louder. The voices of my dead platoon members joined in, calling my name, begging to be let in. Mixed with them now was my father's voice. "Son, I've been waiting for you. We both made the same choice. Now we'll both pay the same price." Dr. Crane gripped my arm. "It's using your memories, your guilt. Don't listen." But how could I not listen? The voices were inside my head now, whispering things only I could know, reminding me of how the meat had tasted, how part of me, God help me, had liked it. The tower windows frosted over from the outside, ice crystals forming in beautiful, terrible patterns. Through them, I could see a shadowy figure circling the tower. "It's testing our defenses," Dr. Crane said. Bill started convulsing on the cot. His back arched at an impossible angle, bones cracking. Dr. Crane rushed to him, holding him down while preparing another injection. "It's accelerating his transformation," she said, "using him to distract us." I gripped the obsidian knife tighter. "What happens if I kill it?" "You can't kill it, not permanently. These entities can be contained, weakened, but never truly destroyed." The temperature in the tower dropped so low, our breath came out as thick clouds. The lanterns flickered, then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, Bill stopped fighting and went still. Then the door, despite its barricade, smashed open. The Wendigo stood in the doorway, its emaciated body blocking what little moonlight there was. Its antlers scraped against the top of the frame. Its eyes, those empty black sockets, somehow fixed directly. "On me, Mason Powell," it said, using my father's voice. "I've come to welcome you to the family." Dr. Crane began chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. The bone carvings on the floor started to glow with a pale blue light. The Wendigo hissed, taking a step back, but then lunged forward with unexpected speed. Its clawed hand caught me across the chest, tearing through my jacket and shirt. The pain was shocking, burning cold rather than hot. I fell back, clutching the wound, but kept hold of the obsidian knife. The Wendigo loomed over me, its skull face inches from mine. It smelled of rot and ice and old blood. "I can taste your guilt," it whispered, now using Cooper's voice, the voice of the first platoon member I'd eaten. "You enjoyed it, didn't you? The taste of us, the power it gave you." "No!" I swung the knife, catching it across what would have been its cheek if it had flesh. Black ichor oozed from the cut, steaming in the cold air. The Wendigo screamed, a sound so terrible I thought my eardrums would burst. It staggered back, clutching its face. "Now!" Dr. Crane shouted. "The binding!" I didn't know what she meant, but my body seemed to move on its own. I stepped forward, pressing my bleeding chest against the Wendigo's wound, mixing our blood together. The moment our blood touched, visions flashed through my mind. My father in these woods, lost in a blizzard. His choice to survive at any cost. His slow transformation, the Project Sentinel team that came for him. His final moments. I saw others too, stretching back generations. Men and women who had tasted human flesh and been marked by the hunger. Some fought it, some embraced it, all were eventually claimed by it. The cycle continues, the Wendigo said. Its many voices now including mine. Through blood, through hunger, through time. Behind me, Dr. Crane's chanting grew louder. The blue light from the bone carvings brightened until it was painful to look at. The Wendigo tried to pull away, but our blood had somehow bound us together. Realize then what the sacrifice in the ancient petroglyphs meant. It wasn't just any sacrifice, it was me. Time seemed to stop as I stood there, my blood mixing with the Wendigo's black ichor. Dr. Crane's chanting became distant, like she was underwater. All I could hear clearly was the Wendigo's breathing, raspy, hungry, and my own heartbeat. You cannot break the cycle, it whispered. Your father tried, he failed. But in the visions flashing through my mind, I saw something the Wendigo didn't want me to see. My father hadn't failed completely. He'd discovered something, a way to contain the entity even if he couldn't destroy it. The binding isn't enough, I said to Dr. Crane, though I could barely turn my head to look at her. We need to get to the logging site. We can't move it, she said, still maintaining the chant between words. The binding is temporary. Then bind it to me, I said, the words coming from somewhere deep inside. I'll take it there. Dr. Crane's eyes widened. That would be a death sentence, Powell. I know. And I did know. Somehow, through our shared blood, I understood what needed to be done, what my father had tried to do. The Wendigo sensed my plan and thrashed wildly, trying to break free. But our blood had created a connection it couldn't sever. Do it! I shouted. Dr. Crane changed her chant, the words becoming sharper, more focused. The blue light from the bone carvings shot up around us, forming a cage of light that grew smaller and smaller, pushing the Wendigo and me closer together. The pain was unbearable as the entity's form began to compress, folding in on itself like a paper being crumpled, and I was being pulled with it, my skin stretching, bones cracking. I screamed, but kept my grip on the obsidian knife. Then suddenly, the light vanished. Where the Wendigo had stood was now just a small, dark stone no bigger than my fist. It pulsed with a sickly light, and I could feel it pulling at me, drawing me toward it. The binding stone, Dr. Crane said, her voice hoarse from chanting. It contains the entity temporarily, but it's connected to you now. Your life force is the lock. When you die... She didn't need to finish the sentence. How long do I have? She checked one of her devices. Hours, maybe less. I nodded, wrapping the stone in my bandana and putting it in my pocket. It felt ice cold, even through the fabric, and seemed to whisper to me with the voices of everyone I'd lost. What about Bill? I asked, looking at my friend's transformed body. He was barely recognizable now, skin gray and stretched tight over. Elongated bones, fingers now curved claws, teeth grown long and sharp, too far gone, Dr. Crane said softly. We should... No. I cut her off. He comes with us. He's part of this too. We loaded Bill into the back of Dr. Crane's government issue. Jeep, he was unconscious but still breathing in shallow gasps. I sat in the passenger seat, the binding stone heavy in my pocket. As Dr. Crane drove us toward the logging site, I felt myself changing. My teeth ached as they grew sharper. My fingers felt longer, the joints popping and shifting. The hunger that had haunted me since Korea intensified until it was almost all I could think about. How much farther? I managed to ask through gritted teeth. 5 minutes. Dr. Crane glanced at me. You're transitioning faster than I expected. The connection to the entity is accelerating the process. Good, I said. though it took all my willpower not to lunge at her, to tear into her flesh and satisfy the terrible hunger growing inside me. That means it's working. We arrived at the logging site just as the moon rose fully above the trees. The area was a graveyard of stumps, massive ancient trees cut down, their remains forming a rough circle. In the center was the biggest stump of all, at least 15 feet across. The ancestor tree, Dr. Crane said, the oldest living thing in this forest until 3 weeks ago. She helped me out of the jeep. Walking was becoming difficult as my legs reshared themselves. The hunger was maddening now. When Dr. Crane cut her hand on the door handle, the small drop of blood made me shake with need. "Quickly," she said, seeing my struggle. "The ritual must be completed at the center." Together, we carried Bill to the center stump. He was lighter than he should have been, his body consumed from within by the same hunger that was now eating me alive. Dr. Crane began setting up equipment around the stump, more bone carvings, vials of strange liquids, electronic devices that beeped and flashed. While she worked, I pulled out my father's journal, flipping to the pages I'd seen in the vision. "The oldest trees were the original prison," I read aloud, my voice sounding less and less human with each word. "Their roots ran deep, forming barriers, in earth and spirit alike, but they can be replaced with sacrifice, blood of the tainted freely given. The cycle broken not with death, but with choice." Dr. Crane looked up. "Your father discovered this?" I nodded, the movement strange with my lengthening neck. "He tried to complete the ritual, but they stopped him. Project Sentinel stopped him. We didn't understand then," she said quietly. "We thought we were saving him. And now I've spent decades learning from that mistake." She finished her preparations and stood. "The ritual requires blood sacrifice from one who carries the hunger, but chooses to end it. Your blood, Mason, and the binding stone." I placed Bill on the ancient stump. His eyes fluttered open, no longer human, but not yet fully transformed. For a moment, I saw recognition there. "It's okay," I told him. "This ends tonight." I took the obsidian knife and the binding stone from my pocket. The stone pulsed angrily, the voices inside it screaming to be released, to consume, to hunger, forever. "Will this save Bill?" I asked. Dr. Crane shook her head. "It's too late for him, but it will save his family. The genetic curse will be broken." That was enough. It had to be enough. I climbed onto the stump beside Bill. My body was changing, faster now, bones cracking as they elongated. The hunger was almost unbearable. But I still had enough humanity left to make this choice. As Dr. Crane began the ritual, chanting words my father had discovered decades ago, I used the obsidian blade to cut open my chest, right over my heart. The pain was distant, less important than the hunger. I pressed the binding stone into the wound, feeling it burn cold as it sank into my flesh. The voices inside it, my father, the Wendigo, all those who had carried the hunger before me, howled in fury and fear. "I break the cycle," I said, the words coming not from me but through me, as if my father was speaking with my voice, with my blood, with my choice. The ancient tree stump beneath me began to glow with a soft green light. I felt roots, not physical but something else, something older, begin to grow from it, wrapping around me, around Bill, around the binding stone in my chest, connecting us to the earth, to the forest. Dr. Crane's chanting grew urgent as she completed the ritual. The light spread from our stump to the others around us, forming a circle of green fire that rose toward the night sky. The hunger inside me fought against the binding, clawing to break free. The Wendigo trapped in the stone screamed with 1,000 voices, but the roots held firm, drawing us downward, into the earth. I saw my father's face in my mind, not as I remembered him, but as he was in his final moments, at peace, having made the same choice I was making now. The price is paid. Dr. Crane said, her voice seeming to come from very far away. The cycle is broken. The pain vanished. The hunger faded. All that remained was a sense of falling, of returning to the earth, of becoming part of something ancient and patient. My last thought was of Korea, of the mountains where I'd made a terrible choice. But there was no guilt now, only understanding and release. 3 months later, a woman sat at her kitchen table, staring at a package that had arrived that morning. Inside was a journal and a letter. The return address was for something called Project Sentinel. "Dear Mrs. Oakes," the letter began, "your husband Bill gave his life to help contain a threat few people will ever know existed. But his sacrifice wasn't complete. The genetic nature of what we call the hunger means your son may carry markers that could, someday, make him vulnerable." The woman looked through the window at her 10-year-old son playing in the yard. He seemed perfectly normal, happy, healthy. This journal belonged to Ranger Mason Powell. It contains information your son will need when he's older. Guard it well and watch for signs. Dreams of hunger that cannot be satisfied, sensitivity to cold, a fascination with old forests. She set the letter down with shaking hands. In the newly replanted section of Mount Rainier National Park, Dr. Eleanor Crane walked among saplings that would take centuries to grow as large as the trees that had been cut down. She carried a tablet, making notes as she checked sensors hidden among the young trees. "Entity containment holding," she dictated into a recorder. "Powell Oak's binding ritual successful. Estimated containment duration, 150 years, minimum. Recommendation, permanent conservation status for this section of forest." She paused, looking down at a particular sapling, one that somehow seemed more vibrant than the others around it. Note: the Sentinel Archives. The Powell bloodline continues through unknown channels. DNA markers found in 3 individuals in Pacific Northwest region. Monitoring protocols activated. The sapling seemed to shiver slightly, though there was no wind. Final note. Dr. Crane's voice softened. Mason Powell's sacrifice mirrors his father's attempt in 1948. The cycle is temporarily broken, but the hunger remains. It always remains. We've merely bought time. She knelt and touched the sapling gently. "Sleep well, Mason," she whispered, "for all our sakes." Miles away, in a different national park, a young ranger woke from a dream of unbearable hunger, the taste of meat still fresh on his tongue. He didn't know why, but he found himself looking toward Mount Rainier, visible in the distant horizon. Something was calling him, and it was hungry. My name is Layla Hoffman. I'm 35 years old, and I work as a park ranger in Shawnee National Forest in Illinois. But I wasn't always a ranger. I used to be an anthropologist, studying ancient cultures and their beliefs. That was before Bolivia. Before I lost everything. I don't like talking about Bolivia. My whole research team was killed there, murdered. I was the only one who survived because I hid in a supply closet. I heard their screams, all of them. When I told the authorities what happened, they didn't believe me. They said I was hallucinating, from shock, that it was guerrillas who killed my team. But I know what I heard, what I felt. That's why I came here, to this quiet forest, to be alone, to find some kind of peace. Tonight, I'm doing my evening patrol along the edges of the forest, where the locals have been reporting strange animal attacks. Several farmers have lost livestock. They keep saying the animals were cut open with surgical precision. That's not how normal predators kill. I'm not supposed to, but I always carry my grandfather's old service revolver. The Park Service has rules against it. But after Bolivia, I can't stand feeling helpless. My boss would fire me if he knew, but some rules aren't worth following when your life might depend on it. My dog Rusty walks beside me. He's a golden retriever, technically a service dog trained to help with my PTSD. He knows when the nightmares are coming even before I do. He's the best friend I've got in this world. Come on, boy, I say, shining my flashlight between the trees. Let's check out Miller's farm first. The moon is bright tonight, casting long shadows that make the forest look like something from a fairy tale. Not the nice kind of fairy tale they tell kids these days, the old kind, where the woods are full of things that can eat you. I find the cow about half a mile from Miller's fence line, what's left of it anyway. Oh God, I whisper, covering my nose against the smell. The cow is lying on its side, its belly cut open in a perfectly straight line. Several organs are missing, but there's barely any blood on the ground. It's like whatever killed it drained. The blood first, just like in Bolivia. My hands start to shake, and I feel my chest getting tight. Rusty presses against my leg, letting me know he's there. I take deep breaths like my therapist taught me. It's not the same, I tell myself. It can't be. I kneel down to look at the tracks around the carcass. They're canine prints, but massive. Way too big for any wolf or coyote in these parts. And some of them look like whatever made them was walking on two legs. The tracks form a strange pattern around the cow, almost like a ritual circle, like the ones my team had documented in Bolivia before. I shake my head. I can't go there, not now. Rusty, come check this out, I call. But Rusty won't come near the tracks. He's whimpering, backing away with his tail between his legs. I've only seen him act like this during my worst nightmares. What's wrong, boy? I ask, but I already know. He senses something wrong here, something dangerous. As I'm taking photos and measurements of the scene for my report, my boot kicks something partially buried in the dirt. I bend down and brush away the soil to find a metal badge. It's old and tarnished, but I can still make out the Park Service emblem. I turn it over and feel my blood go cold. The name engraved on the back, Gregory Hoffman, my grandfather. My hand closes around the badge, squeezing until the edges dig into my palm. This doesn't make sense. My grandmother told me he abandoned them back in 1946, that he just walked away from his job and his family, never to be seen again. But his badge is here, right here at the scene of an animal attack that looks nothing like an animal attack. Pocket the badge and finish documenting the scene. Tomorrow I'll need to talk to the farmers, see if anyone saw anything. They weren't normal wolves, Thomas Wilkins insists the next morning, his weathered hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. I'm sitting at his kitchen table, notebook open, trying to look professional despite having barely slept. What do you mean, not normal? I ask. They were big, standing tall. He holds his hand well above his head. Men with wolf heads, watching. From the trees, I nearly drop my pen. What did you just say? Men with wolf heads, he repeats, looking at me strangely. You okay, Ranger Hoffman? I'm not okay. Those were the exact words my colleague Miguel gasped before he died in Bolivia. The last words he spoke. How could this farmer in Illinois use the exact same phrase? Did you see anything else? I managed to ask. Just their eyes. Yellow, reflecting in the dark. Too high up to be normal wolves. I thank him for his time and head back to my truck. Rusty jumps in beside me, but he's acting strange, constantly looking back toward the forest. It's just a coincidence, I tell myself as I drive to my next stop, stress-making connections that aren't there. But as I pull up to another farm to check a report of more missing livestock, I know I'm lying to myself. Near the broken fence where something dragged away a sheep, I find odd marks in the mud. Handprints, human-looking handprints with what appear to be claw marks at the fingertips. And next to them, a partial fingerprint pressed deep into the clay-like soil. I've worked enough crime scenes to know how to preserve evidence. I carefully make a cast of the print. It's crazy, but I need to compare it to my grandfather's records. The records that should be in storage at the ranger station. I'm not supposed to believe in monsters. I'm trained as a scientist, an anthropologist. But after Bolivia, I know there are things in this world that don't fit into neat scientific boxes, and somehow, I think my grandfather knew it too. The file room at the ranger station is dusty and smells like old paper. No one comes down here, much anymore since everything went digital. But the really old files, the ones from before computers, they're still here in metal cabinets. I find the drawer marked Personnel 1940-1950 and begin searching. The folder is thicker than I expected. Gregory Hoffman, Park Ranger 1938-1946. But that's not what makes my hands shake. It's the bright red stamp across the front. Project Sentinel Wilderness. And in the margin, written in faded ink, Layla Hoffman, my name, written decades before I was born. I flipped through the pages quickly. Reports of animal attacks similar to what I've been seeing. Notes about strange sounds in the forest. A map with locations marked in red. Find anything interesting? I jump, nearly dropping the file. Chief Ranger Daniel Morris stands in the doorway, arms crossed. Just researching the history of animal attacks in the area, I say, trying to sound casual. Daniel steps into the room, his face serious. Every 30 years, Layla, like clockwork. What? The sightings, the attacks, they happen every 30 years. He points to the file in my hands. Your grandfather documented the last major cycle. Before that, it was his grandfather. Why didn't you tell me this when you assigned me here? Daniel sighs. Would you have believed me? Besides, I didn't know you were related to Gregory until after you started. By then it was too late. They were already waking up. They? Who's they? The same things that followed you from Bolivia. My blood turns to ice. I never told anyone here about what really happened in Bolivia. Before I can question him further, the radio on his belt crackles. Ranger Station, this is the Millers. We've got some very scared campers here who need to speak with someone right away. They say something was circling their campsite all night. Daniel gives me a long look. Take this one, Layla. I think you need to hear what they have to say. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting with a family of 4. Parents looking exhausted, 2 children still wide-eyed with fear. It walked on 2 legs, the father explains, but it moved wrong, like it wasn't meant to. It kept circling our tent, taking our food with hands. Not paws, hands. The mother nods. We thought it was a bear at first, but bears don't. They don't whisper. Whisper, I repeat, in a language we couldn't understand, she says, like it was talking to itself. The younger child, a girl about 7, tugs on my sleeve. I drew the monster, she says, holding up a crayon drawing. My hands tremble as I take it. The drawing shows a tall figure, wolf-like head on a man's body, exactly like the figures in the cave paintings my team documented in Bolivia. Can I keep this? I ask. The girl nods. I thank the family and assure them we'll investigate. But as they leave, I can't shake the feeling that whatever's happening, it's not just connected to my grandfather. It's connected to me. That night, I can't sleep. I toss and turn in my small cabin, the little girl's drawing stuck in my head. Rusty lies at the foot of my bed, whining softly every time I sit up. It's okay, boy, I whisper, but I don't believe it myself. When I finally fall asleep, I dream. But it doesn't feel like a normal dream. I'm walking through the forest, but everything looks different. The trees are younger, and I'm wearing an old-style ranger uniform. My hands are bigger, stronger, a man's hands. There's a red bandana tied around my neck. I'm not me. I'm my grandfather. In the dream I hear howling, not normal wolf howls. These sound almost like words. I feel afraid, but I keep walking toward the sounds. I come to a clearing where tall shapes move in the shadows. They stand like men, but have the heads of wolves. Their eyes glow in the darkness. One of them steps forward. It speaks, but I can't understand the words. I reach for my gun, but it's not there. The wolf man reaches out a clawed hand. I wake up gasping, covered in sweat. Rusty barks sharply, staring at me with worried eyes. Just a nightmare, I tell him, but it felt so real, like I was seeing a memory, my grandfather's memory. I glance at the calendar by my bed. The date hits, me like a punch to the stomach. Today marks exactly 30 years since my grandfather disappeared. In the morning, I'm in my truck, driving through the forest on patrol. My radio keeps making strange noises, static mixed with what sounds like growling. Then, through the static, I hear words. Not English words. Words in Quechua, the language my team studied in Bolivia. Los Vigilantes entre mundos, the voice. Growls, the watchers between worlds. I nearly drive off the road. I pull over, hands shaking as I pick up the radio. This is Ranger Hoffman. Who's broadcasting? Nothing but static answers me. Rusty, sitting beside me, won't stop staring at me. He hasn't left my side all day, not even for a second. Every time I touch my grandfather's badge, which I've been carrying in my pocket, Rusty growls softly. My phone rings, making me jump. It's Daniel. Layla, we've got a situation. 2 teenagers went missing last night. They were doing night photography up on Howler's Ridge. My stomach drops. I'll be right there. Howler's Ridge. Everyone local knows that place has a bad history. What they might not know is that it's built over old ceremonial grounds, Native American burial mounds. I remember seeing notes about it in my grandfather's file. Something about cross-cultural ritualistic similarities with Bolivian predator worship. The same phrase he used in his final report before he vanished. The search party spreads out across Howler's Ridge. I keep Rusty close, following the trail the teenagers supposedly took. The other rangers call out the missing kids' names, but their voices just get swallowed up by the trees. Near an overlook, I find a camera hanging from a branch. The strap is torn, like it was ripped from someone's neck. I turn it on and check the photos. The first few shots are normal. Sunset over the forest. A couple selfies of the teenagers smiling. Then the night photos begin. In each one, pairs of glowing eyes appear in the background, getting closer with each shot. The final image makes my blood freeze. It shows a face, half human, half animal, caught in the flash. The features are elongated, wolf-like, but the eyes, one blue, one brown. My grandfather had heterochromia, one blue eye, one brown. Everyone in my family talked about how unusual it was. The face in the photo has the same eyes. I sit down hard on a fallen log, struggling to breathe. Rusty presses against my legs, whining. Suddenly, I notice how quiet it's gotten. No birds singing, no insects buzzing. The forest is completely silent. This same silence came before the attack in Bolivia. I described it to my therapist once as the world holding its breath before screaming. I stand up quickly, shoving the camera in my pack. Everyone back to the vehicles, I shout to the other rangers. Now! They look at me like I'm crazy, but something in my face must convince them. We head back down the trail. As we walk, I notice strange markings carved into some of the trees. They look fresh. I recognize some symbols from my grandfather's journal, but others are definitely Quechua text, like what my team studied in Bolivia. How could the same symbols be in 2 places so far apart? And how could they be freshly carved? Back at the ranger station, I'm explaining what I found to Daniel when a black SUV pulls up outside. A woman steps out, tall, elegant, with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. She carries herself like someone used to being in charge. Dr. Eleanor Crane, she introduces herself, showing ID from something called the Crane Foundation. I'm here to document wildlife patterns in the area. Daniel welcomes her, but I can't stop staring. I've seen her name before in my grandfather's files. Notes about a Dr. Crane consulting on unusual animal behavior back in 1946. But this woman can't be older than 50. After Daniel leaves to arrange accommodations for Dr. Crane, I corner her in the hallway. You're not really here for wildlife patterns, are you? I ask. She studies me for a long moment. You're Gregory's granddaughter. I can see the resemblance. How did you know my grandfather? You would have been a child back then. Dr. Crane smiles, thinly. Family business. My mother worked with your grandfather. I'm continuing her research. She's lying. I'm sure of it. What do you know about what's happening here? I demand. Dr. Crane glances around to make sure we're alone. What do you know about cross-cultural predator entities, Ms. Hoffman? What? Creatures that appear in multiple cultural mythologies across continents. Werewolves, skinwalkers, different names, same entities. I think of the symbols carved in trees here and in Bolivia. That's impossible. Is it? She asks. Your grandfather could sense them. It's why he was assigned here. That sensitivity runs in bloodlines, Ms. Hoffman. You have it too. It's why you survived Bolivia when the others didn't. My head spins. How do you know about Bolivia? We've been monitoring you for some time, Layla. Your assignment here wasn't random. Before I can ask more questions, Daniel calls her away. She leaves me standing there, my world tilting on its axis. It's almost sunset when I drive back to my outpost. The forest looks different now, threatening. Every shadow might be hiding something watching me. Suddenly, movement catches my eye. Something is running alongside my truck, keeping pace, even though I'm driving 30 miles per hour. It's tall, moving on two legs, but in a strange, loping gait. It wears what looks like tattered clothing, a park service uniform with something red. At the neck, a red bandana like my grandfather always wore. I blink and it's gone, but the road ahead suddenly ends in a clearing I've never seen before. I brake hard, the truck skidding to a stop. This isn't right, I mutter. I've patrolled this road for 5 years. It doesn't end like this. In the center of the clearing stands a stone structure. It's about waist high, arranged in a circle with symbols carved into each stone. It reminds me of the ritual sites we documented in Bolivia, but it's made of local limestone. Rusty starts barking wildly at something in the trees. I strain my eyes, but can't see anything. Then he stops abruptly, turning to look at me with an intensity that's almost human. He walks to my side, then nudges me, not away from the stone structure, but toward it. My radio crackles to life. Layla, Daniel's voice comes through. Where are you? We've got more reports of his voice distorts, breaking up. Then it changes, becoming deeper, growling. Los vigilantes entre mundos, the voice says perfectly in Quechua. Las mandíbulas que esperan entre mundos. The watchers between worlds, the jaws that wait between worlds. Daniel doesn't speak Quechua. No one here does except me. I switch off the radio with shaking hands. The sun is setting fast, casting long shadows across the clearing. I need to get back to my cabin, but some part of me knows that whatever is happening, whatever is out there in the woods, it's already found me, and it's been looking for me for a very long time. I drive back to my cabin as fast as I can, taking a different route. The sun has set completely now, and the forest is dark except for my headlights cutting through the trees. Rusty sits tensely beside me, staring out the windshield, like he's looking for something. When I pull up to my cabin, I immediately know something's wrong. The door is hanging open, swinging slightly in the breeze. I'm always careful to lock up. I grab my flashlight and my grandfather's revolver from under the seat. Stay, I tell Rusty, but he jumps out after me anyway. As I get closer, I see the damage. The wooden door frame is splintered, with deep gouges that look like claw marks. Something forced its way in, something strong. I stand listening for a moment, but the cabin is silent. Taking a deep breath, I step inside, gun raised. My living room is a mess. Books pulled from shelves, furniture moved, but it's not random. It's like someone was looking for something specific. I make my way to the bedroom, checking each corner with my flashlight. The intruder is gone, but what they did turns my blood cold. My research files from Bolivia, the ones I keep locked in. A box under my bed are spread across the floor in a pattern. Photos, notes, maps, all arranged in a circle, like the ritual circles we documented, like the tracks around the dead cow. In the center of the circle is a folder I've never seen before. I pick it up with shaking hands. Inside are photographs of animal attacks. No, not animal attacks. Attacks like the ones in Bolivia, like the cow I found. Places all over North and South America, going back hundreds of years. The file is labeled Sentinel Wilderness, Pack Migration Patterns. My hands freeze on a photo from 1946, the same year my grandfather disappeared. 5 bodies arranged in a circle, organs removed, no blood at the scene. Just like Bolivia, something falls from between the pages. A Polaroid photo. Recent. It shows me asleep in my bed in this cabin. My blood runs cold. This picture was taken last night. From inside my bedroom, on the back, written in handwriting I somehow recognize as my grandfather's. The bloodline calls them. They remember the taste of Hoffman's. Rusty begins growling at the windows. Not his normal bark at squirrels or raccoons. This is deep, threatening. His ears are flat against his head, and his posture is changing. His back straightening in a way that doesn't seem quite right for a dog. I go to the window and look out with my binoculars. At first I see nothing but darkness. Then I notice them, pairs of reflective eyes surrounding the cabin. They're too high off the ground to be normal wolves. Way too high. They're arranged in a perfect semicircle, just like the formation we photographed in Bolivia the night before the attack. A howl rises from the forest, then another and another, until they blend into one awful sound. Rusty collapses, his legs giving out like he's been hit. The howl doesn't hurt me physically, but I feel a dread so deep it's like I'm drowning in it. The howl triggers flashes in my mind, memories of Bolivia, the screams of my colleagues. But mixed in are other images I've never seen before. Running through this same forest at night, surrounded by tall shapes with gleaming teeth. My grandfather's memories. I reach for the phone to call for help, but the line is dead. As I hold the receiver, I hear something impossible. My own voice, begging for help. Please, they're killing everyone. Send help to the research station. It's the call I never made from Bolivia. The call I was too terrified to make as I hid in that closet. I drop the phone like it's burned me. Something heavy lands on the roof with a thump. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps, moving toward the chimney. The gait is uneven, one foot dragging slightly. My grandfather had a limp from a war injury. I run to the bedroom and grab my backpack, shoving in the photos and my grandfather's badge. Rusty is still lying on the floor, breathing but paralyzed by whatever was in that howl. The windows in the living room begin to rattle. I peek through the curtains and see clawed hands, like a mix between human hands and wolf paws, trying to force the windows open. I drag Rusty into the bathroom and lock the door. It won't hold them for long, but it might give me time to think. I sit on the edge of the tub, trying to calm my breathing. I notice something carved into the wood under the sink. I kneel down to look closer. Words carved with a knife. They take more than flesh. They take memory. The blood remembers. My grandfather's handwriting again. He knew they would come for me. He left me warnings. Through the bathroom vent, I hear voices outside. They sound like Daniel and the other rangers. Layla, are you in there? We got your distress call. Open up. But I never called for help. And mixed in with their words, I hear other voices speaking fragments of sentences in Spanish and Quechua. The last words my colleagues spoke in Bolivia before they died. Words no one alive should know. A massive shadow passes in front of the small bathroom window, walking upright like a man, but with the unmistakable silhouette of a wolf, and on its head, a ranger hat. Rusty suddenly recovers, leaping to his feet and barking at the bathroom door. Something is in the cabin now. His barking changes, becoming strange, halfway between a dog's bark and something trying to form words. I press myself against the wall, clutching my grandfather's revolver. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. That's when the clarity hits me, like pieces of a puzzle finally connecting. My grandfather's research in Illinois and my work in Bolivia weren't separate. We had been documenting the same entities in different cultural contexts. The werewolf myths from Europe, the skinwalker legends of Native Americans, the wolf-headed men stories from South America. They're all describing the same creatures, a single species migrating across continents, entering human mythology wherever they go, and for some reason, they're drawn to my family, to Hoffman's. The bathroom doorknob begins to turn slowly. I raise the revolver, aiming at the door. Whatever comes through, I'm ready. The door opens, but it's not a monster. It's Dr. Crane. "Don't shoot," she says calmly, like finding me hiding. In a bathroom with a gun is perfectly normal. We don't have much time. "How did you get in here?" I demand, not lowering the gun, the same way they did. She glances at Rusty, who has stopped barking and is staring at her with his head tilted. "You've figured it out by now, haven't you? About your grandfather's research and your work in Bolivia?" I nod slowly. They're the same creatures. But how is that possible? How could the same entities be in South America and here? "They migrate," she says, moving to the bathroom window and closing the blinds, following certain ley lines across continents, but they're also drawn to specific bloodlines, resonant bloodlines, we call them. "Hoffmans," I whisper. "Your ancestors encountered them centuries ago and survived. That created a psychic connection, a scent they can follow across generations." She takes a file from her bag and hands it to me. Inside are notes about Project Sentinel and something called Resonant. Bloodlines. I scan through it quickly. "There's more," Dr. Crane says. "Look at your dog." Rusty is sitting perfectly still, watching us with unusually aware eyes. As I look closer, I notice subtle things I've never seen before. The way he holds his head, the intelligence in his gaze. What's wrong with him? Nothing's wrong with him. He was never just a dog, Layla. He was assigned to watch you, to keep you safe, until you returned here. Assigned by who? What are you talking about? A howl rises from outside, closer this time. Dr. Crane looks at her watch. "We need to go, now. Bring your grandfather's gun." "Why? What good will it do against whatever these things are?" "The bullets are silver-loaded. Your grandfather knew that certain metals disrupt their electromagnetic sensory abilities. It won't kill them, but it will slow them down." My head spins with questions, but another howl, this one right outside the cabin, makes my decision for me. "Where are we going?" I ask, following her out of the bathroom. "To the stone structure you found earlier. It's not just a random formation, it's a containment system. Your grandfather helped build it." We make our way quickly through the cabin. The front door is completely torn off now. Outside, the night is alive with movement, shadows shifting between the trees, eyes glowing in the darkness. Dr. Crane hands me a bag of emergency flares. They're sensitive to bright light. Use these as a distraction if they get too close. Rusty leads the way, moving with purpose toward my truck. We pile in, and I start the engine with shaking hands. "Drive toward the clearing," Dr. Crane instructs. "And whatever happens, don't stop until we reach the stones." I floor the gas pedal, and the truck lurches forward into the darkness, toward whatever waits for us in the heart of the forest. The headlights catch glimpses of tall figures moving between the trees, keeping pace with the truck, running on two legs but faster than any human could move. "They're herding us," Dr. Crane says quietly. "They want us to go to the stones." "Why?" She looks at me with ancient eyes. "Because that's where the choice must be made. The same choice your grandfather faced 30 years ago." I grip the steering wheel tighter, my grandfather's badge heavy in my pocket. Whatever choice he made, whatever happens next, I know one thing for certain. Nothing will ever be the same again. The truck bounces over the rough forest road, headlights cutting through the darkness. Rusty sits alert in the middle seat between me and Dr. Crane, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "There!" Dr. Crane points to a gap in the trees. "Turn here." I turn the wheel sharply and we lurch onto a narrow path I've never noticed before. The trees close in on both sides, branches scraping against the windows. How much farther? I ask, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Not far. The clearing should be just ahead. Something dark darts across the path. I slam on the brakes. The truck skidding on the dirt. Keep going, Dr. Crane urges. Don't stop. I press the gas again, but the engine sputters and dies. The headlights flicker and go out. They're affecting the electrical system, Dr. Crane explains, reaching into her bag. They can manipulate electromagnetic fields. She pulls out a flashlight and hands it to me. We'll have to go on foot. Through the forest. With those things out there, we don't have a choice. Rusty jumps down from the truck and stands by the door waiting for us. His posture is different now. More alert, more purposeful. We start walking, Dr. Crane leading the way with another flashlight. I keep my grandfather's revolver ready, though I'm not sure what good it will do against whatever's out there. The forest is eerily quiet except for our footsteps. No insects chirping, no leaves rustling, just silence. Dr. Crane, I say quietly, you still haven't told me what these things are? She keeps walking, her eyes scanning the trees. Most cultures have names for them. Werewolves, skinwalkers. But those terms aren't quite right. We call them dogmen. Like cryptids, the monster stories. They're not monsters, Layla, not exactly. They're an ancient species that's existed alongside humans for thousands of years. They're intelligent, more intelligent than most people realize, and they have abilities we don't fully understand. Like what? They can affect human perception. Their howls contain infrasonic frequencies that trigger fear responses and can even induce hallucinations. They can access and manipulate memories, especially from people with certain genetic markers. People like me and my grandfather, she nods. The Hoffman line has a particular sensitivity to them. It's why your grandfather was recruited for Project Sentinel in the first place. We reach the edge of a clearing, the same one with the stone structure I found earlier. The moon is bright overhead, illuminating the circle of stones. What is this place? I ask. A containment system, built by indigenous people centuries ago, maintained by people like your grandfather, like you. What does it contain? Before she can answer, a deep growl comes from the trees behind us. I spin around, raising the gun. Massive shape steps out of the shadows, taller than any man, standing upright on two legs. Its body is covered in dark fur, but its posture is human-like. The head is unmistakably wolf-like, with a long snout and pointed ears. And the eyes, one blue, one brown, my grandfather's eyes. Gregory, Dr. Crane says, her voice calm. We were expecting you. The creature, I can't think of it as my grandfather, tilts its head. Then, impossibly, it speaks. The voice isn't just one voice. It's many voices layered together, creating a sound that's partly growl, partly human speech. The bloodline returns, it says, as it always must. I aim the revolver at it, my hands shaking. What are you? What have you done with my grandfather? The creature steps closer into the moonlight. I can see now that it's wearing tattered remains of a ranger uniform. A faded red bandana hangs around its neck. I am Gregory. I am Pack. I am many. The voices shift and merge as it speaks. We have waited for you, Layla. Stay back, I shout, my finger tightening on the trigger. Dr. Crane puts her hand on my arm. Don't! Listen to what it has to say. More shapes emerge from the forest, surrounding the clearing. 7, 8, 9 of them, all similar to the first, but with subtle differences. Some larger, some smaller, all walking upright, all watching me. The one with my grandfather's eyes speaks again. We don't kill all prey. Some join us, some become. Pack, you killed my research team in Bolivia, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady. They saw us. They could not join. You were spared. You are kindred. Kindred, what does that mean? Dr. Crane steps forward. It means you have the genetic markers, Layla, the same ones your grandfather had. You can communicate with them. You... can understand them. Is that why I'm having his memories? Why I dreamed about what happened to him? The creature nods. The blood remembers. The pack remembers. Another dogman steps forward, smaller than the others. There's something familiar about the way it moves, the tilt of its head. It comes to stand beside me, and with a shock, I recognize the collar around its neck. My hand drops to my side, the gun suddenly heavy. "Rusty," I whisper. The creature makes a sound that might be a whine, not my dog anymore, or maybe never really my dog at all. "He was sent to watch you," the first creature explains, "to protect, to guide you back when it was time." "Time for what?" I demand. Dr. Crane gestures to the stone circle. "Time for the choice, Layla. The same choice your grandfather made 30 years ago." "What choice?" "The creature that was once my..." Grandfather steps into the stone circle. "The pack was once contained by ancient ones who knew our nature. Sacred places held us, kept the balance. The Indigenous Alliance," Dr. Crane explains, "tribes across continents who understood these creatures and built containment sites to keep them in check. But the sacred places are broken now," the creature continues. "The new buildings, the digging, the resort." I remember Daniel mentioning a controversial resort construction that disturbed ancient burial mounds. "Each time the barriers weaken, the pack grows stronger," Dr. Crane says. "They can spread beyond their territories. That's why we need people like your grandfather, like you." "What did he do?" The creature touches the bandana at its neck. "He joined us, became pack. His mind, his memories, his understanding of human ways, all valuable to us. His blood created a temporary seal." I feel sick. You consumed him?" "Not consumed, incorporated. He lives in the pack mind, as do all who join us. That's what you want from me? To become like you?" Dr. Crane steps closer. "It's more complicated than that, Layla. The barriers are failing completely this time. The resort construction has destroyed key elements of the containment system. Your grandfather's sacrifice was only temporary. This time, we need something permanent." The creature extends a clawed hand toward me. "Join us, Layla. Become pack. Help us understand. Help us survive." "And if I refuse?" "Then we spread. We hunt. We grow. Many will die." I look from the creature to Dr. Crane. "Who are you, really? What's your role in all this?" "I monitor the balance," she says simply. "I have, for a very long time." "How long?" She smiles faintly. "Longer than you might believe." The creature that was once my grandfather steps closer. "Choose, Layla. Join or watch the hunting grounds expand." I back away, my mind racing. I think of my colleagues in Bolivia, of the missing teenagers, of my grandfather, transformed into this creature before me. I think of the dreams, his memories trying to warn me through our shared blood. There has to be another way, I say. The howling starts again, all around us. The sound cuts through me, making it hard to think. I press my hands to my ears, but it doesn't help. Through the noise, a thought forms, not mine, but my grandfather's voice in my head. The ritual, complete what I started. I look at the stone circle, really seeing it. For the first time, the symbols carved into each stone, the pattern they form. My anthropological training kicks in. I recognize elements from different cultures, Native American, South American, European, all combined in a single system. "The ritual," I murmur. "That's it." Dr. Crane watches me closely. "What are you thinking, Layla?" "My grandfather didn't just join them. He was trying to complete the ritual, to seal the barrier." I turn to face her, "But he couldn't do it alone. He needed someone else from his bloodline." "He needed you," she confirms. "But you weren't born yet." So he became part of them, buying time until I could finish what he started. The creature nods slowly. The blood remembers. The ritual requires blood. I look at the stone circle again, understanding dawning. Not just blood, a living anchor. Someone to stay and maintain the barrier. Dr. Crane's expression is grave. Yes, that's the choice, Layla. Join the pack as your grandfather did, or become the anchor for the new barrier. Either way, your life as you know it ends tonight. The creatures move closer, forming a circle around us. Their eyes gleam in the moonlight, hungry, waiting. I take a deep breath and step toward the stone circle, my decision made. The stone circle seems to pulse with energy as I step into it. The moonlight catches on the symbols carved into each stone, making them look like they're glowing. I won't join the pack, I say firmly, looking at the creature with my grandfather's eyes. But I won't let you spread either. The creature tilts, its head. You would become the anchor. Bind yourself to this place forever, if that's what it takes to stop you. Dr. Crane steps forward. Layla, you need to understand what this means. The anchor must remain within the forest boundaries. You'll never be able to leave. I'll be like a prisoner? Not exactly. You'll be the guardian, the living barrier between the pack and the outside world. I think about my life before coming here. The nightmares, the fear, the loneliness. I came to this forest looking for peace, for a place to belong. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is why. I was drawn here. What do I need to do? I ask. Dr. Crane reaches into her bag and pulls out a small stone knife, its blade dark and ancient looking. The ritual requires blood freely given and words spoken with true understanding. The creature that was once my grandfather moves to the center of the circle, gesturing for me to join it. Your blood, my knowledge. Together, we complete what was started. I take the knife from Dr. Crane and step into the center of the circle. The other dogmen move closer, forming a tight ring around the stones. The words, I say to the creature, I need to know the exact pronunciation. The creature reaches out with a clawed hand and touches my forehead. Instantly, my mind is flooded with images, sounds, words in languages I shouldn't understand, but somehow do. I see ancient rituals performed in caves, in forests, in mountains across the world. I see my grandfather learning these same words, practicing them over and over, and I understand. This isn't just about containing the pack. It's about balance. The dogmen aren't evil. They're predators, following their nature. But without boundaries, without containment, they would consume everything in their path. The creature steps back. You know the words now. I nod, my head still spinning from the flood of information. I look at the knife in my hand, then at Dr. Crane. Will it hurt? Yes, she says simply, but you won't be alone. I roll up my sleeve and hold the knife against my forearm. The blade is sharper than it looks, cutting easily into my skin. Blood wells up, bright red in the moonlight. I press my bleeding arm against the central stone and begin to speak the words I now know. They feel ancient in my mouth, a mixture of languages that flow together in a rhythm that seems to match my heartbeat. As I speak, the blood on the stone begins to spread, flowing into the carved symbols like they're channels made for it. The other stones start to glow, first faintly, then brighter. The dogmen begin to howl, but not in threat. It sounds almost like singing, a harmony to the words I'm speaking. The creature with my grandfather's eyes steps forward again, placing its clawed hand over mine on the stone. I feel a jolt of connection, memories flooding between us. I see everything my grandfather experienced after joining the pack. The freedom of running through the forest, the hunt, the shared consciousness of the pack mind. But I also feel his regret, his longing for the family he left behind, his hope that someday someone would come to finish what he started. I'm here, Grandpa. I whisper between the ritual words. I'm finishing it. The creature's eyes, his eyes, seem to soften. "Thank you," the voices say, though I hear my grandfather's voice clearest among them. The stones are glowing brightly now, the light pulsing with each word I speak. I feel something changing inside me, like my blood is turning to fire in my veins. It hurts, but not in a way I can really describe. It's like my body is being remade from the inside out. Dr. Crane watches intently, her face illuminated by the glowing stones. "Keep going," she encourages. "You're almost there." I speak the final words of the ritual, my voice growing stronger despite the pain. As I finish, all the stones flash with blinding light. The dogmen howl in unison, a sound that shakes the earth beneath our feet. Then silence. I sway on my feet, suddenly exhausted. Dr. Crane catches me before I fall. Is it done?" I ask weakly. She helps me sit on one of the stones. Yes, the barrier is established. The pack is contained once more. The dogmen are still there watching us, but they seem calmer now, less threatening. The one with my grandfather's eyes approaches slowly. "We are bound again," it says, "to the forest, to you." "What happens now?" I ask. "Now you learn," Dr. Crane says. "Learn to be the guardian. Learn to maintain the balance." What about my job, my life? As far as the outside world will know, Ranger Layla Hoffman disappeared during a search operation. Another tragic loss in these dangerous woods. She puts a hand on my shoulder. "But Project Sentinel will know the truth. We'll help you adjust to your new role. And the pack? They will remain within the boundaries you've established. They'll hunt, but only what they need. They'll watch, but from a distance. And occasionally..." She glances at the creature with my grandfather's eyes. "They may even help." I look down at my arm where I cut myself. The wound is already healing, but the skin around it has changed. Faint markings like the symbols on the stones have appeared on my flesh. "The barrier is part of you now," Dr. Crane explains, "and you are part of it. You'll find you have abilities you didn't before. Senses, connections to the forest, and to the pack," the creature nods. "We are connected, not as one, but as neighbors with boundaries." Dr. Crane helps me to my feet. "Dawn is coming. The pack needs to retreat, to their den, and you need to rest. I'll show you the place your grandfather prepared, a cabin deeper in the forest, away from the hiking trails." As we walk through the trees, the dogmen melt away into the shadows, all except two, the one with my grandfather's eyes and the smaller one that used to be Rusty. They follow at a distance, watching over us. "Will I ever see them again?" I ask. "Oh yes," Dr. Crane says with a small smile. "You're the guardian. Now, they'll come to you when danger threatens the boundaries, when outsiders get too close to the truth. Like the missing teenagers." She glances at me. "The pack didn't harm them. They were encouraged to leave the area. They'll turn up in a nearby town with confused memories and a strong desire never to go camping again." We reach a small cabin nestled between ancient trees. It looks old, but well-maintained, with a porch and a stone chimney. It feels familiar somehow. "Your grandfather built this," Dr. Crane explains, "for the day when someone from his bloodline would come to take his place. He knew I would come. He hoped. And the pack remembered. The next morning I wake up in my new home. The events of the night before feel almost like a dream, but the symbols on my arm confirm it was all real. Dr. Crane is gone, but she left notes explaining my new role. Project Sentinel will provide supplies and keep hikers away from my territory. In return, I'll maintain the barrier and keep the pack contained. I step outside onto the porch. The forest feels different now, alive in a way I never noticed before. I can sense the animals, the trees, the flow of life all around me, and at the edge of my perception, I feel them, the pack, moving through their territory within the boundaries I've established. For the first time since Bolivia, I feel at peace. The nightmares that haunted me for so long have faded, have My grandfather's memories have settled within me, not overwhelming anymore, but a source of knowledge and guidance. I'm not alone here. I'm connected to the forest, to the pack, to my grandfather's legacy. As I stand there, I notice movement in the trees. The dogman with my grandfather's eyes watches from a distance, the red bandana still around its neck. It nods once, then disappears into the shadows. I touch the symbols on my arm, feeling the power of the barrier humming beneath my skin. This is my purpose now, my home. I am the guardian of Shawnee National Forest, the anchor of the barrier, the keeper of the pack mind, and for the first time in years, I am not afraid. 10 years later, a family gets lost hiking in Shawnee National Forest. Night is falling, and the father is panicking, trying to find the trail back to their campsite. The mother hugs their young daughter close, fear setting in as darkness surrounds them. Then they see her, a female ranger with unusual eyes, one blue and one brown, walking through the trees with a large wolf-like dog by her side. "You folks lost?" she asks, her voice friendly, but with something ancient in it. "Yes," the father says with relief. "We can't find our way back to the main trail. I know these woods better than anyone," the ranger says. "I'll show you the way." They follow her through the forest. The daughter stares at the ranger's dog with fascination. It doesn't move quite like a normal dog, and its eyes seem too aware, too intelligent. "What's your name?" the girl asks the ranger. The woman smiles. "I'm Layla, Layla Hoffman. I'm the guardian here." When they reach their campsite, the father turns to thank her, but the ranger and her strange dog have vanished, like they were never there at all. That night, the family hears howling in the distance. The father wants to pack up and leave at first light, but somehow the howls don't sound threatening. They sound like a reminder, a boundary, a promise. Back in her cabin, Layla checks the marks on her arm, making sure the barrier remains strong. In the 10 years since she became the guardian, no one has been harmed by the pack. She's learned to work with them to maintain the balance between their world and the human world. Dr. Crane visits occasionally, bringing supplies and news from Project Sentinel. Sometimes she brings files about other places, other creatures, other guardians like Layla across the world. And sometimes, when the moon is full, Layla sits on her porch with the creature that holds her grandfather's memories, sharing the silent connection of bloodline and purpose. In her office in Washington, Dr. Crane updates her files. Hoffman Bloodline Containment, holding Monitor for Offspring. She closes the folder marked Project Sentinel Wilderness and places it in a drawer with dozens of others, each labeled with different locations, different creatures, different guardians. The balance continues, as it must. My name is Miguel Dominguez. I've been a park ranger at Big Bend National Park for almost 5 years now. Before that, I was with the Border Patrol for 15 years. I came here looking for peace, but the desert has ways of bringing your past. You're back to haunt you. It started 3 weeks ago. I was doing my morning patrol along the Chizos Basin trails when I found it. A coyote turned completely inside out. No blood anywhere, just inside out, like someone had reached in and pulled. I've seen plenty of dead animals in my time, but nothing like this. I took pictures and sent them to headquarters, but something about it felt familiar. Years ago, when I was still with Border Patrol, I'd seen photos in a classified file labeled Ritual Killings, Potential Cross-Border Entity. I'd brushed it off then as superstition. Now I wasn't so sure. 2 days later, I found a jackrabbit in the same condition. Then a deer, always the same, inside out, no blood. But that wasn't the strangest thing. The birds started flying weird. Not random patterns, but perfect circles and triangles, like something was controlling them. They reminded me of drawings I'd seen in caves before they got flooded by the dam project I approved 5 years ago. That project still keeps me up at night. You see, I made a terrible mistake back then. I signed off on a water diversion plan that dried up ancient springs and water sources that migrants had used for generations. After that, we found bodies, so many bodies, men, women, children who died of thirst because I moved the water. I started drinking after that. A lot. The guilt was too much. That's why I left Border Patrol. But here in the park, things are even. Stranger. Last week I was tracking what I thought were deer prints when they suddenly changed. Right in the middle of a stride, the hoof prints became human footprints. Like someone transformed while walking. The footprints led straight to one of the springs that dried up because of my project. My horse, Dante, has always been brave, but now he refuses to enter certain canyons. The same canyons where we found the migrants' bodies after the water dried up. He trembles and backs away, his eyes wild with terror. Then yesterday she appeared, a young woman standing alone by the trailhead at sunset. Said her name was Lucia, no car, no camping gear, nothing, just standing there like she was waiting for me. Officer Dominguez, she said, though I hadn't told her my name. The desert is restless. Elena Vasquez died calling your name. So did Javier Ortiz and the Ramirez children. I felt cold all over. Those names were in my personnel file. Migrants who died after the springs dried up. Nobody knew I kept that list. Nobody. Who are you? I asked her. She smiled, but it wasn't right. Her mouth moved like she was trying to remember how smiles work. Just a traveler, she said in perfect accentless Spanish, then switched to perfect English. I've come a long way. When she turned to leave, I swear her eyes reflected the light, like an animal's. By the time I got in my truck to follow her, she was gone, vanished into the desert. The plants around my cabin started dying in spiral patterns. The same spiral as the tattoo on the old shaman who warned me about disrupting ancient balances before I approved the water project. That night, my radio crackled to life on its own. Through the static, I heard voices speaking a mix of Spanish, English, and something older. They were saying the exact same words I heard from those dying migrants years ago. Words nobody else heard. Words I never told anyone. This morning, I drove to the reservation to see Ernesto Yazzie, an elder who knows the old stories. His face grew dark when I told him what I'd seen. The old one is waking, he said, his hands shaking as he lit sacred herbs. The skinwalker, the shape-taker, our ancestors imprisoned it beneath the waters of the sacred lake. What lake? I asked. Ernesto pointed east. The dry lake bed created by your water diversion project. The binding needed living water. You took the water away. The truth hit me like a punch to the gut. The water project that killed those migrants had done something even worse. It had set something ancient free. Ernesto performed a blessing ritual, rubbing a mixture of herbs on my eyelids and wrists. This will help you see the truth beneath. False skin, he said. The creature can take any form after consuming a small part of its victim. It starts with animals, then moves to humans. As the smoke from the herbs filled my lungs, I suddenly saw flashes of memories that weren't mine. A woman crossing the desert with 2 children, a man hiding from patrol vehicles, an ancient ceremony around a lake that no longer exists. What do? I asked Ernesto when the visions faded. Watch for those who are not what they seem, he said. Learn what it wants. Find a way to bind it again. But be careful. It knows you, Miguel. It knows your guilt. It will use it against you. I drove back to my cabin as the sun set, the herb mixture Ernesto gave me in my pocket. The radio was still broadcasting those impossible voices. And somewhere in the darkness, I knew Lucia was watching. Whatever's happening in Big Bend, it started with my mistake. And now I have to fix it before more people die. I couldn't sleep that night. Every sound made me jump. The wind against my cabin windows, branches scratching the roof, coyotes howling in the distance. Except they didn't sound like normal coyote. Owls. They sounded wrong. At dawn, I grabbed my binoculars and headed to the ridge overlooking Juniper Canyon. What I saw made my blood run cold. A group of coyotes were standing in a perfect circle. In the middle was Lucia, making strange whistling sounds and hand gestures. The coyotes seemed to understand her, moving when she pointed in different directions. Recognized those gestures. Years ago, I arrested a people smuggler who used the same signals to direct migrants across the border. That man disappeared from federal custody before his trial. The official report said he escaped, but now I wondered if something worse happened to him. I took out my camera and zoomed in. Lucia's movements were too precise, too familiar. It was like watching a recording of that smuggler, but played by someone else. When I got back to my truck, I noticed fresh boot prints around it. They looked exactly like mine. Same size, same wear pattern on the heel where I dragged my right foot slightly. But I hadn't walked there. Someone, or something, was copying me perfectly. The next day brought even worse news. A family of tourists was found dead at their campsite near the hot springs. I arrived after the paramedics. The scene made no sense. The forensic officer pulled me aside. "I've never seen anything like this," she whispered. "Each victim shows wounds from different animals, claw marks from a mountain lion, bite marks from a coyote, venom from a rattlesnake, all at once, like they were attacked by every predator in the park simultaneously." She showed me tissue samples under a portable microscope. The cells looked strange, misshapen, with parts that seemed to belong to different species all mixed together. It reminded me of another classified file I once carried about biological incursions along the border. As I drove back that evening, I spotted something impossible by the roadside, a jackrabbit with small antlers growing from its head. It watched me pass, then hopped away. A mile later, I saw a rattlesnake with what looked like feathers running down its spine. These animals were arranged in the exact surveillance pattern my Border Patrol team used to use, watching the road, from all angles. When I checked the footage from my dashcam that night, I got another shock. There was Lucia sitting in my passenger seat during my drive earlier that day. We were having a full conversation that I had no memory of. She was asking detailed questions about park security, patrol schedules, and the location of the old water sources. The temperature dropped suddenly that night. When I stepped outside, there was frost on the ground. In the desert in summer, the frost formed patterns around dead birds and rabbits, patterns that matched old boundary markers Ernesto had shown me in tribal records. The next day, I hiked to a remote canyon where ancient petroglyphs covered the walls. I'd seen them before, but never understood what they showed. Now I could see it clearly, a ritual where tribal shamans imprisoned something beneath the desert. The central binding site was exactly where the lake used to be before my water diversion project dried it up. I called Ernesto right away. "The markings show a binding ceremony," I told him. "It's at the dry lake bed." "Yes," Ernesto said quietly. "The skinwalker was imprisoned there centuries ago by an alliance of tribes. The living water held it. When you took the water, I broke the seal," I finished, my stomach twisting with guilt. "I let it out. That night, I had dreams like I've never had before. I was seeing through the eyes of different animals. A hawk soaring over the park, watching hikers below. A coyote stalking the perimeter of the ranger station. A snake slithering under my own cabin." When I woke up, I found drawings scattered across my desk. Detailed notes about patrol schedules, blind, spots in our security cameras, and the movements of park visitors. All in my own handwriting, though I had no memory of making them. Visitors started reporting seeing me in restricted areas of the park when I was miles away. Security footage showed someone who looked exactly like me, moving through the visitor center and maintenance areas. But if you looked closely, something was off. The way he walked was slightly wrong. The expressions didn't quite match my face. It was like someone wearing my skin who didn't quite know how to act like me. I got a call from a rancher whose property borders the park. His cattle were being born wrong, calves with extra eyes, sheep with scales instead of wool. When we took tissue samples, they showed the same impossible mixture of different species. Cells. That's when I started watching my fellow ranger, Thomas Wells. Thomas had been acting strange for weeks, eating raw meat when he thought no one was looking, staring at people too long, like he was studying them. Worst of all, I heard him quietly repeating conversations I'd had with those dying migrants, private confessions no one else had heard. I followed Thomas after his shift ended. He drove to a hidden canyon that wasn't on any tourist maps. I watched from the ridge as he arranged dozens of animal skins in a circular pattern on the ground. The arrangement matched aerial photographs I'd seen years ago, unexplained desert formations that Border Patrol had classified under Project Sentinel. Wilderness! I remembered the herbs Ernesto had given me. I rubbed some on my eyelids as I watched Thomas. For a moment, my vision blurred, then cleared. What I saw wasn't Thomas anymore. It was like a shadow with too many limbs, draped in patches of skin from different animals and humans. Some of the human faces I recognized. Hikers reported missing over the past years. One face belonged to the people smuggler who had escaped from custody. I backed away slowly, but stepped on a branch. The thing that wasn't Thomas looked up at me with eyes that glowed in the darkness. It smiled with Thomas's face, but the smile was all wrong. I ran back to my truck and drove straight to my cabin. Inside, I found an old journal that had been hidden in the wall behind a loose board. It was written by a ranger from 1925, describing the exact same events. Inside-out animals, shape-shifting creatures, visitors going missing. The handwriting in the journal started normal, but gradually changed throughout, becoming more distorted with each entry. By the final pages, the handwriting was identical to my own. The water in my tap had turned brown and bitter. When I accidentally splashed some on my arm, it left a rash in the shape of the spiral pattern I'd seen on the plants. I remembered Ernesto mentioning that skinwalkers could contaminate water sources, causing hallucinations and making it easier for them to control minds. That's when Lucia knocked on my door. "Hello, Miguel," she said, her voice exactly like my mother's now. "I know what happened at the border. I know what you told Father Reyes after those migrants died. How you couldn't sleep for weeks. How you started drinking to forget their faces. My blood ran cold. I had confessed to Father Reyes in private. No one else had been there. That's when I realized what was happening. The Skinwalker wasn't just copying bodies. It was absorbing memories, knowledge, everything that made its victims who they were. And it was using that knowledge to hunt more effectively, to learn about our patrol patterns and security systems." As Lucia smiled at me with that not quite right smile, I knew I needed to find where it kept the skins of its victims. If Ernesto was right, the creature needed to preserve the original skin to maintain its disguise. Somewhere in Big Bend, there was a place where it kept all the faces it had stolen, and I needed to find it before it took mine too. I didn't let Lucia in. I made an excuse about being in the middle of a radio call and told her to come back tomorrow. She smiled that wrong smile again and left without arguing. I watched from the window as she walked away, her movements too smooth, like she was gliding instead of walking. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what Ernesto had said, that the Skinwalker needs to keep the original skin to maintain its disguise. If that was true, there had to be a place where it kept all those skins. At dawn, I packed a backpack with water, food, a flashlight, and Ernesto's herbs. I also grabbed my hunting knife. I didn't know if normal weapons could hurt this thing, but I wasn't going unarmed. I decided to start by checking caves near where Thomas had laid out those animal skins. The Big Bend area has hundreds of caves, most not on any official map. And as a ranger, I knew about more than most, but even I hadn't explored them all. I parked my truck at an old service road and hiked 2 miles to the canyon. No sign of Thomas or the skins he'd arranged yesterday. But I noticed something I'd missed. Before, a narrow trail leading up the canyon wall to a crevice that might be a cave entrance. The climb was steep, and twice I nearly fell. When I reached the crevice, I had to squeeze through sideways. Inside, it widened into a low tunnel. I turned on my flashlight and followed it deeper, crawling in places where the ceiling dipped. The smell hit me first, like rotten meat mixed with something chemical. Then my light caught something hanging from the cave ceiling. I stepped closer and had to fight not to throw up. It was a skin, a complete human skin, stretched and preserved like leather. Next to it hung another and another. Dozens of them lined the walls and ceiling of the cave, some human, some animal. Some looked fresh, others were older, dried and cracking. I recognized one of them. It belonged to Sarah Chen, a fellow ranger who had transferred to another park last year. Except now, I realized she hadn't transferred at all. The thing wearing her skin had walked out of Big Bend, carrying her memories and knowledge to somewhere else. Another skin belonged to my old partner from Border Patrol, Marcus Reyes. He'd changed, almost overnight 5 years ago, becoming cold, distant, obsessed with classified files about unexplained phenomena. He'd been one of the biggest supporters of the water diversion project. Now I understood why. I took pictures with my phone, careful not to touch anything. As I moved deeper into the cave, I found more recent skins, including one that looked fresh. It belonged to a tourist I'd helped just 3 days ago, a bird watcher from Michigan. In the deepest part of the cave, I found a stone altar. On it were jars filled with a thick black liquid, along with bones, teeth and hair from different animals and people. Ancient symbols were carved into the stone, matching the patterns I'd seen in the frost and dying plants. Something moved behind me. I spun around, raising my knife, but the cave was empty. Then I noticed one of the skins was missing, the one belonging to the bird watcher. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my truck, breathing hard and shaking. I had to talk to Ernesto. Again, he'd know how to fight this thing. On the drive to the reservation, my radio picked up strange static. Through it, I heard Thomas's voice. "You shouldn't have gone there, Miguel. Now it knows you know." I switched off the radio, but it turned back. On by itself. This time it was Lucia's voice. "The skins are just houses. We've lived in many houses. Soon we'll wear yours." At the reservation, Ernesto wasn't home. His grandson told me he'd gone to the eastern edge of the park to gather special herbs that only grow there. I thanked him and left, trying not to show how worried I was. On my way back, I remembered something important. In the Border Patrol files about ritual killings, there was mention of the only weapons that could harm skinwalkers, obsidian blades prepared with specific herbs. I recognized the herb mixture from the smell in the cave, the same mixture Ernesto had given me to see through disguises. I stopped at an old trading post where I knew they sold obsidian knives made by local tribes. The owner, Jim Red Cloud, watched me carefully as I examined the blades. "You looking for something special, Ranger?" he asked. "I need an obsidian knife," I said. "For protection." Jim nodded slowly. "Against what?" I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. "Against something that wears other people's skins." Jim's face went pale. Without another word, he went to the back room and returned with a wooden box. Inside was an obsidian knife with strange symbols carved into the handle. The blade was wrapped in cloth soaked in oil that smelled like Ernesto's herbs. "My grandfather made this," Jim said quietly, "for when the old ones return." He said they could only be wounded by black stone, blessed under the dark moon. "How much?" I asked, reaching for my wallet. Jim shook his head. "No charge, but I need to know." "Has it started again? The Skinwalker?" I nodded. "The water's gone from the binding place. It's free." Jim closed his eyes briefly. "Then take this too." He handed me a small leather pouch. "Salt mixed with sage and ground turquoise. Make a circle with it. The thing can't cross it." I thanked him and left, the knife secure in my belt and the pouch in my pocket. As I drove back toward my cabin, I noticed a Park Service vehicle following me. Through the rearview mirror, I could see Thomas at the wheel, smiling that wrong smile. I took a sudden turn onto a narrow dirt road, hoping to lose him. The road wound through dense brush and ended at an old mine entrance. I parked and grabbed. My gear then slipped into the trees. From my hiding spot, I watched as Thomas parked and got out of his vehicle. He moved strangely, his joints bending in ways they shouldn't. He sniffed the air like an animal, then looked directly at my hiding place. "I know you're there, Miguel," he called, but the voice wasn't Thomas's anymore. It was a strange mix of voices, like many people speaking at once. I know how Border Patrol agents hide. I've worn enough of them to learn all their tricks. I gripped the obsidian knife, ready to defend myself. But Thomas just smiled and got back in his vehicle. "See you at the station tomorrow," he called as he drove away. "Or maybe I'll visit you tonight. I like your cabin. It would make a nice house." When I was sure he was gone, I ran back to my truck and drove straight to headquarters. I had to warn someone, but who would believe me? Who could I trust wasn't already one of them? As I pulled into the ranger station, I saw Lucia talking to our chief ranger, Bill Holt. They were laughing together like old friends. When Lucia saw me, she waved, her face a perfect mask of innocence. I walked past them with a quick nod, went straight to my desk, and pulled up the personnel files. I needed to know who else might have been replaced. The Skinwalker seemed to target people with authority or special knowledge first. Border Patrol agents, rangers, tribal elders. As I scrolled through the files, I noticed a pattern. Over the past 5 years, since the water diversion project, 12 rangers had transferred to other parks. None had been in touch since leaving. All had undergone personality changes before their transfers. The Skinwalker wasn't just taking random victims. It was systematically infiltrating the Park Service, learning our procedures, gaining access to restricted areas. And now it was watching me through the eyes of my friends and colleagues. I couldn't trust anyone anymore. Not Thomas, not Chief Holt, not even the other rangers I'd worked with for years. Any of them could be wearing stolen skins, waiting for a chance to take mine. That's when I got the call about Ernesto. They'd found his truck abandoned on the eastern edge of the park. No sign of him anywhere. I knew then that I was running out of time. The Skinwalker was eliminating anyone who could help me stop it. Soon, there would be no one left who knew the truth. I drove straight to where they'd found Ernesto's truck. The search team was already there. 2 rangers and 3 volunteers, combing the brush and calling Ernesto's name. I recognized one of the rangers as Lisa Mendez, someone I'd worked with for years and trusted. "Any sign of him?" I asked Lisa. She shook her head. "Nothing yet. His walking stick was on the passenger seat, which is strange. Ernesto never goes anywhere without it." I nodded, feeling sick. "I'm going to check that ridge," I said, pointing to a rocky outcrop about half a mile away. "He might have gone looking for certain plants that grow up there." Lisa looked doubtful. "That's pretty steep terrain for a man his age." "Trust me," I said. "Ernesto knows these mountains better than any of us." I hiked up to the ridge alone, following a faint trail that I knew Ernesto used. Near the top, I found crushed sage leaves and footprints. Someone had been here recently. The footprints led to a small cave opening. My hand went to the obsidian knife at my belt as I approached the cave. "Ernesto?" I called softly. No answer. I turned on my flashlight and entered. The cave wasn't deep, just a single chamber about the size of my living room. In the center lay Ernesto, his body twisted in an unnatural position. I rushed to him, but I knew right away he was dead. His eyes had been replaced with smooth black stones. When I rolled him over, I saw that his shirt had been cut open. Someone had rearranged his internal organs to form symbols matching those on the ancient binding stones. Next to his body was a small leather bundle. With shaking hands, I untied it. Inside was a protective charm made of feathers, bones, and dried herbs, all tied together with red thread. I recognized the pattern from archaeological findings at sites that had been flooded by the dam projects I approved years ago. Ernesto had died making this charm for me. I put it around my neck, fighting back tears. As I carried Ernesto's body down the mountain, I noticed the landscape looked different. Rock formations seemed to have moved overnight, forming patterns that matched the sacred geometry in Ernesto's drawings of the original imprisonment ritual. The search team helped me bring Ernesto back to his family. As we drove away from the reservation, Lisa asked a question that chilled me. Why did you go straight to that ridge, Miguel? How did you know he'd be there? I made up a story about Ernesto mentioning the place before, but I could tell Lisa was suspicious. I couldn't trust her anymore. I couldn't trust anyone. Back at my cabin, I locked the doors and windows, then poured a circle of Jim's special mixture, salt, sage, and ground turquoise, around my bed. I put the obsidian knife under my pillow and tried to sleep. Dreams came, quickly. I was standing by the dry lake bed where the skinwalker had been imprisoned. In the dream, water flowed again, filling the basin. Beneath the surface, I could see a dark shape struggling against invisible bonds. A voice spoke behind me. It grows stronger with each form it takes. I turned to see Ernesto, his eyes now black stones like in death. The entity was once a protector, Dream Ernesto continued, created by shamans to defend the tribes. But it grew hungry for more forms, more knowledge. It became something else. How do I stop it? I asked. The binding place remembers its purpose, he said. The land itself wants to help. Look for the signs. I woke up covered in sweat. Outside, the wind was blowing hard, howling around my cabin. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Lisa and a text message. Need to talk to you about what you found with Ernesto. Meet me at the station. I didn't reply. Instead, I studied maps of the dry lake bed, looking for anything that might help. That's when I noticed something odd. The rock formations around the lake bed formed a pattern similar to the symbols carved into the ancient binding stones. The land itself was trying to recreate the prison. As the sun rose, my radio crackled to life. The chief's voice came through. Attention all rangers. We have a tour bus arriving today. 40 visitors from Phoenix. All rangers report to the visitor center at 0900 for assignments. My blood ran cold. I had put in a request last week to close the park due to environmental concerns. That request had been denied. Now 40 new potential victims were arriving. I tried calling the chief, but no one answered. I got in my truck and drove to the visitor center, the obsidian knife hidden under my jacket. The tour bus was all ready. There when I arrived, tourists streaming out with cameras and water bottles. Thomas stood near the entrance, giving directions. Lisa was checking people in at the front desk. Chief Holt was nowhere to be seen. I approached Thomas cautiously. I thought the park was supposed to be closed, I said. Thomas smiled. That wrong. Smile. Change of plans. The chief thinks we need the revenue. Where is the chief? In his office. He wants to see you, by the way. I nodded and walked toward the administration building, all my senses on high alert. The chief's office door was closed. I knocked. Come in, Miguel, called a voice that sounded almost like Chief Holt's, but not quite. I entered slowly, hand near the knife. The chief sat behind his desk, looking exactly as he always did. except his eyes. His eyes were different, darker, with a strange sheen like oil on water. "Close the door," he said. I left it open. "You denied my request to close the park." He nodded. "We need visitors, Miguel. We're hungry." A chill ran down my spine. "We?" The chief's smile widened too far for a human face. "The old one needs to feed. New forms, new knowledge. These tourists will help us grow stronger." "I won't let you hurt them," I said. The chief laughed. "And how will you stop us? You're alone, Miguel Dominguez. Everyone you trusted is already wearing a new skin." From outside came the sound of the tour bus engines starting. I ran to the window. The bus was pulling away, but no tourists were on board, just the driver, who I now recognized as Lucia. "Where is she taking them?" I demanded. "To the feeding ground," the chief said calmly. "To the dry lake bed. The old one is hungry." I ran out of the office and jumped in my truck. The bus had a 5-minute head start, but I knew a shortcut. I sped down dirt roads, dust billowing behind me, praying I'd reach the tourists in time. When I got to the lake bed, the bus was parked and empty. Footprints led toward a depression in the center of the basin, a place that would have been the deepest part of the lake before my water diversion project dried it up. I grabbed my binoculars from the glove compartment. In the distance, I could see the tourists gathered in a circle. In the center stood Lucia, except she wasn't Lucia anymore. She kept changing, her form shifting between different people, like a TV with bad reception. One moment she was Lucia, the next she was Thomas, then Lisa, then the bus driver, then people I didn't recognize. Probably other victims from over them years. The tourists seemed frozen in place, unable to run. I checked my weapons, the obsidian knife, Ernesto's charm, and the pouch of protective mixture. Not much against whatever was happening out there, but it was all I had. As I approached the circle on foot, I heard Lucia, Thomas, whoever, speaking to the tourists. Her voice changed with each sentence, jumping between male and female, young and old. "You will be part of something ancient," she was saying. "Your forms will join with us. Your knowledge will make us stronger." I crept closer, using the brush for cover. From this distance, I could see that many of the tourists' eyes had gone, glassy, like they were in a trance. A few were crying silently or trembling. Then I saw what was in the center of the circle, behind the shape-shifting figure. A hole had opened in the ground, and something was climbing out, something dark and formless, like living shadow. It reached, out with limbs that weren't quite arms, touching the tourists one by one. Wherever it touched, the person's skin began to loosen, as if preparing to be removed. I had to act now. I took out Jim's pouch and poured some of the mixture into my hand. According to him, the skinwalker couldn't cross a circle made of this stuff. I began making a wide circle around the whole group, staying low and quiet. If I could trap the entity inside, maybe I could find a way to push it back into the hole. I was halfway around when a voice behind me said, "Hello, Miguel." I turned to see Lucia standing there, except I'd just seen her in the center of the circle. How could she be here too? That's when I realized my mistake. There wasn't just one skinwalker, there were many. "You're too late," Lucia said, her voice shifting between different tones as she spoke. "We are many now. The first of us awoke when you took the water. It found others of its kind, sleeping beneath the desert. Together, we grow stronger." I gripped the obsidian knife. "What do you want?" "To live, to learn, to wear new skins." Her face rippled, features flowing like water until she looked exactly like me. My face, my uniform, my voice. "Your skin will be especially useful. People trust park rangers." I backed away, continuing to pour the protective mixture in a line between us. Lucia, wearing my face, stopped at the line, unable to cross. "Clever," she said, "but temporary. The winds will blow your little barrier away soon enough." I had to reach the tourists. While Lucia was blocked, I ran toward the circle of people. Some had already collapsed, their skin hanging loose like empty clothing. The shadow thing was moving from person to person, touching each one. "Stop!" I shouted, pulling out Ernesto's charm. "Leave them alone." The shadow thing paused. The shifting figure at its side, the original skinwalker I guessed, turned to look at me. For a moment it wore Ernesto's face. "Miguel," it said with Ernesto's voice, "you brought this upon us all. Your water diversion project broke the seal. Now we are free." "I'll fix it," I said. "I'll bring the water back." The thing laughed with a dozen different voices at once. "Too late. We've grown beyond our prison. Once we take these new forms, we'll leave this place. Spread across your world. Every skin we wear teaches us more about being human." The shadow thing reached for another tourist, a young woman who screamed as it touched her. I rushed forward, slashing at the reaching limb with my obsidian knife. The blade passed through the shadow, which shrieked and pulled back. Black ichor dripped from where I'd cut it. The skinwalker wearing Ernesto's face snarled. It began to change, cycling rapidly through dozens of different forms. Men, women, children. Some I recognized as missing hikers or rangers, others as migrants who had died in the desert after my water diversion. Their faces showed pain as they briefly appeared, their expressions accusing me. I saw Elena Vasquez, the young mother who died of thirst with her children. I saw Javier Ortiz, the old man we found curled around his empty water bottle. All the people who had died because of my mistake. "You remember them," the skinwalker said, settling on my own face again. "Their memories live in you. Their deaths are your guilt. Give up, Miguel. Join with us. End your pain." For a moment, I almost believed it. The weight of all those deaths, all that guilt. Maybe it would be easier to just let go. Then I remembered Ernesto's final gift, the charm he died making for me. I held it up. "You're not them. You're just wearing their faces," the skinwalker hissed. "We are them. We have their memories, their thoughts, their fears. We are more them than you ever were." "No," I said. "You're just a thief." I charged forward, the obsidian knife in one hand, Ernesto's charm in the other. The skinwalker wearing my face met me halfway. We collided hard, falling to the ground. Up close, its imitation of me was perfect. Every scar, every wrinkle, every gray hair matched mine exactly. It fought with my memories too, using Border Patrol combat techniques I knew well. We were perfectly matched. "How will you convince the others that you're the real Miguel?" it whispered as we struggled. "When there are two of us, how will they know which to believe?" It was right. If we both claimed to be the real Miguel, who would people believe? I needed some way to prove I was me, something the skinwalker couldn't copy. Then I remembered my childhood bullet wound. When I was 10, I was accidentally shot in the shoulder by a hunter. The bullet had fragmented, leaving metal pieces they couldn't safely remove. Those metal fragments wouldn't show up on a skinwalker's copied body. The tourists who were still conscious watched in horror as two identical men fought on the ground. The shadow thing had retreated back into its hole, wounded by the obsidian knife. The other skinwalkers, wearing the faces of Lucia Thomas and others, stood at the edge of the protective circle I'd made, unable to cross. Finally, I managed to pin my double beneath me. "Look at us," I shouted to the tourists. "One of us is a skinwalker, a monster that steals people's skins. The other is the real Miguel Dominguez." A man stepped forward cautiously. "How do we know which is which?" "X-ray my left shoulder," I said. "The real Miguel Dominguez has bullet fragments in his shoulder from a childhood accident. The skinwalker won't have those." The thing beneath me thrashed harder, knowing it was caught. Its face began to shift, losing its perfect copy of my features. "It's changing!" someone shouted. "That one's the monster!" The skinwalker threw me off with inhuman strength and ran toward the hole where the shadow thing had disappeared. I chased after it, throwing Ernesto's charm like a net. The charm landed on the skinwalker's back and began to glow with a strange blue light. The creature screamed, its body freezing in mid-transformation between my shape and something else. "Get back!" I shouted to the tourists. "Run to the road! Find help!" Most of them fled, but a few stayed, including a young man and woman who looked like they might be park rangers or guides themselves. "What can we do?" the woman asked. "Help me get these things back in their prison," I said, pointing to the hole. "That's where they were bound before." The skinwalker was still frozen by Ernesto's charm, half transformed into something no longer human. The others remained trapped outside my protective circle. We had a small window of opportunity. I remembered what Dream Ernesto had told me. The binding place remembers its purpose. The land itself wants to help. I looked around at the rock formations that had rearranged themselves into the binding pattern. The dry lake bed seemed to pulse slightly, like something breathing beneath the surface. We need water, I realized. The original binding used water to hold them. The young man nodded. "There's a water truck at the visitor center for firefighting. I can get it." "Go," I said. "Fast. We don't have much time." While he ran for help, the woman and I dragged the frozen skinwalker toward the hole. It was heavy, and its skin felt wrong, too cold, too smooth, like plastic rather than flesh. The other skinwalkers paced around my protective circle, looking for a way in. The wind was starting to blow some of the mixture away, just as Lucia had predicted. We didn't have long. "What else do we need for the binding?" the woman asked. I thought about what Ernesto had told me about the original ritual. Something silver and blood. A guardian's blood. I pulled out my pocket knife and cut my palm, letting the blood drip into the hole. "I'm the one who broke the seal," I said. "Now I'll be the one to fix it." The woman took off her silver necklace and dropped it in as well. "Will that work?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But it's all we have." 20 minutes later, the water truck arrived, driven by the young man and, surprisingly, Lisa Mendez. I tensed when I saw her, not sure if she was real or another skinwalker. "Miguel," she called. "What the hell is happening? John here says there are monsters." "Stay back," I warned. "Don't cross the line." She stopped at the edge of my fading protective circle. "Is that you?" she asked, staring at the frozen, half-transformed thing on the ground. "No, that's a skinwalker. It can take people's forms." "There are more of them out there." I nodded toward the others, who were still pacing at the edge of the circle. Lisa's eyes widened, like the thing wearing the chief's face. It tried to attack me at the station. I locked it in a cell, so Lisa was still Lisa. I felt a flood of relief that at least one of my friends was still human. "We need to flood this hole," I explained. "It's their prison. Water will hold them." Together, we hooked up the water truck's hose and began pumping water into the opening. As the water flowed in, the ground began to shake. The frozen skinwalker started to melt, its features running like wax. The others at the edge of the circle shrieked and backed away. "It's working!" the young man shouted. The water level rose quickly, forming a small pond in the depression. The melting skinwalker sank beneath the surface. The shadow thing rose up one last time, reaching for us with its formless limbs. "You won't hold us forever, Miguel Dominguez," it said with a dozen voices at once. "The water will dry up again. We will return." "Not if I can help it," I replied. As the water continued to flow, the other skinwalkers began to change too, their stolen forms melting away to reveal their true nature, shadowy, many-limbed things that slithered toward the growing pond as if pulled by some invisible force. Lisa grabbed my arm. "What are they doing?" "The binding is calling them back," I said. "The ritual is working." One by one, the skinwalkers sank into the water, which had turned black with their essence. Last to go was the one wearing Lucia's face. Before it sank, it looked at me with hate-filled eyes. "We know you now, Miguel. We've worn your thoughts. When we return, we'll find you first." Then it was gone, leaving only ripples on the dark water. We stayed there until sunset, making sure nothing came back out. The park service sent more rangers and medical help for the tourists. Some had died, their skins stolen by the creatures. Others were in shock, but physically unharmed. I knew the binding was temporary. As long as the water remained, the skinwalkers would stay trapped. But in this desert, water always eventually disappears. 2 months later, I stood at the edge of the pond that had once been a dry lakebed. Project Sentinel, a government task force I'd never heard of before all this happened, had taken over. They'd installed a permanent water supply system, ensuring the pond would never dry up again. They'd also set up monitoring equipment around the perimeter. Dr. Eleanor Crane, the lead scientist from Sentinel, approached me as I stared into the dark water. "How are you feeling, Ranger Dominguez?" "Fine," I lied. Ever since that day, I'd felt strange, cold in my bones, like I'd never be warm again. Any unusual symptoms? Gaps in memory? Visual disturbances? I almost told her about the nightmares, about waking up sometimes to find notes written in my handwriting that I didn't remember writing, about how my reflection sometimes moved differently than I did. "No," I said instead. "Nothing unusual." She nodded and made a note on her tablet. "Well, keep us updated." The binding appears stable for now. After she left, I walked back to my truck. I felt drawn to check my reflection in the side mirror. My face looked normal, the same face I'd seen every day for 40 years. But as I turned to open the door, I caught a glimpse of my reflection moving independently, its hand rising to the glass, while mine remained at my side. I spun back to look, but now the reflection matched me perfectly again. Was I imagining things, going crazy from the stress? Then I noticed something on the window, words written from the inside in the fog of my breath. "The border between us thins with each moon. Your skin awaits my return." I stepped back, heart pounding. What had Ernesto said? The skinwalker absorbs memories, knowledge. It becomes more like its victims with each new form. What if, in fighting it, I had somehow let part of it inside me? Or what if part of me was now trapped with it beneath the water? I looked back at the dark pond in the distance, wondering which side of the border I was really on now. That night, Dr. Crane updated my file for Project Sentinel. Partial containment successful. Subject shows early signs of integration with entity. Continue monitoring for complete breach or successful symbiosis. I don't know what that means, but sometimes when I'm alone in my cabin, I catch myself whistling the strange tunes Lucia used to command the coyotes. And sometimes, in my dreams, I'm swimming in dark water, looking up at the world through a prison of rippling light, waiting for the day when the border between us thins enough to reach through and take back what was stolen. My name is Howard Turner. I'm 45 years old, and I've been a park ranger at Carlsbad Caverns for almost 15 years now. Funny thing is, I'm scared of tight spaces. Claustrophobia, they call it. Got it after watching my father die in a mining collapse when I was just a kid. Yet here I am, leading people underground for a living. Today's tour is different, though. We're going somewhere new, a chamber system we just found last month. 6 people signed up for this special access tour. I checked my watch, 8:30 a.m., time to meet them. "Good morning, everyone," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm Ranger Turner. I'll be your guide today." I looked over the group. There was Dr. Emily Williams, a geologist who wouldn't stop talking about limestone formations. Next to her stood Mark Peters, a photographer with 3 expensive cameras hanging around his neck. Sarah Johnson, a reporter from the local paper, was scribbling in her notepad already. Then there was Gregory Palmer, a rich guy who apparently loved caves so much he paid double to join this tour. The last 2 kept to themselves, a man and woman standing slightly apart from the others. The man wore hiking pants, but I noticed something right away. Government-issue boots peeking out from under those civilian pants. I'd seen those boots before. "Before we head down," I said, "let me go over safety procedures." As I explained about helmets and emergency protocols, my mind was somewhere else. This wasn't just a tour for me. I was looking for something, my father's final research cache. He'd hidden it somewhere deep in these caves. His journal, which I found hidden in our attic last year, mentioned the hollow evolution. Whatever that meant. After gearing everyone up, we started our descent. The main tourist paths were well lit and spacious, nice and safe, but after 45 minutes of walking, we reached a narrow passage marked "Staff Only." "This is where the tourist trail ends," I announced, trying to keep my voice steady. "From here on, we're going into newly discovered chambers. Stay close." I felt my chest tighten as we entered the narrow passage. Deep breaths, Howard. Deep breaths. As we moved deeper, I set up safety lines and checked air quality. That's when I saw them, unusual scratches in the limestone wall, 3 parallel lines, then 2 crossing them. I froze. Those exact marks were drawn in my father's journal. "Everything okay, Ranger Turner?" asked Sarah, the reporter. "Yeah, just checking the rock formation," I lied. "These scratches shouldn't exist according to normal geology." But my father's rejected papers talked about them, signs of what he called adaptive evolution in isolated ecosystems. We continued downward, the path getting narrower. The weight of the mountain above us felt heavier with every step. Our radio crackled with static as we checked in with the surface team. "Base, this is Turner. We've reached the split chamber. All good here. Over." Just static in response. "Base, do you copy? Over." More static. I checked the depth gauge on my equipment. 476 feet below the surface. A chill ran through me. 476 feet was the exact depth where my father's final transmission ended before he disappeared during that government expedition in 1938. "Looks like we're out of radio range," I told the group, trying to sound casual. "That happens sometimes. We'll try again when we reach the next chamber." Dr. Williams knelt down, examining something embedded in the cave floor. "Ranger Turner, what do you make of these?" I crouched beside her. Small bones were stuck in the calcite flow, almost like they'd been growing with it. Human finger bones, but wrong somehow, longer, with strange notches where muscles would attach. "Probably animal remains," I said. But I recognized them from my father's sketches. He'd labeled them as human bones, showing evidence of evolutionary adaptation to cave environments. As we moved into a larger chamber, something else seemed off. The temperature had jumped by almost 10 degrees. "Is there geothermal activity down here?" Palmer asked, removing his jacket. "No," I replied. "There shouldn't be." But my father's journal mentioned incubation chambers with unusually warm temperatures, places he said were essential for the development of what he called the hollow ones. Mark, the photographer, started taking pictures of the impressive stalactites hanging from the ceiling. His flash lit up the darkness in quick bursts. "Hey, did you see that?" he suddenly asked, lowering his camera. "See what?" I asked, my heart beating faster. "I thought I saw movement back there," he said, pointing his flash toward a distant passage, probably just shadows. But I knew better. When those photos would be developed later, they'd show what my father's journal described. Pale figures, with impossibly long limbs, watching us from the darkness. As the others admired the chamber, I noticed a small crevice in the wall. Checking that no one was watching, I reached inside. My fingers touched something smooth and cold, tools made of bone and stone. I pulled one out and quickly stuffed it in my pocket. Later inspection would confirm what I already knew. These matched designs from my father's journal, labeled "Manufactured by Test Subjects," with a partial government classification stamp. "Fascinating place, isn't it, Ranger Turner?" I jumped slightly. Gregory Palmer had approached without me noticing. "Yes, it's quite unique," I replied, trying to act normal. I've been funding research into unusual biological adaptations in deep cave systems, he said casually, but something in his tone made my skin crawl. These isolated environments create interesting evolutionary pressures. The phrase made my blood run cold. Unusual biological adaptations was straight from the Project Sentinel wilderness documentation my father had hidden. How did Palmer know about that? As we prepared to move deeper into the cave system, I heard it. A faint clicking sound echoing through the chamber. Click, click, click. Pause, click, click. What's that noise? Sarah asked. Water dripping? Probably, I said, but I knew it wasn't. The clicking seemed to follow our movements, responding when we moved left or right. It matched exactly the phonograph recordings labeled subject vocalizations during Phase 3 that I'd found hidden with my father's papers. We weren't alone down here, and whatever was with us was watching, listening, learning. The strange couple, who had kept to themselves, finally approached me as we took a short break. The woman extended her hand. I don't believe we've properly introduced ourselves, she said with a practiced smile. I'm Dr. Eleanor Crane. This is my colleague, Dr. Morris. I shook her hand, trying to hide my shock. Eleanor Crane. The name appeared multiple times in my father's journals from the 1930s, but this woman couldn't be more than 40 years old. We're scientists investigating biological anomalies in the cave system, Dr. Morris explained. Government. Scientists? I asked, looking pointedly at his boots. They exchanged a quick glance. Yes, Dr. Crane admitted, but we'd appreciate your discretion with the rest of the group. I nodded, my mind racing. How could this be the same Eleanor Crane from my father's journals? She should be in her 90s by now. Yet here she was, looking barely middle-aged. As we moved on, I felt like the cave walls were closing in, not just from my claustrophobia, but from the weight of what I was discovering. My father hadn't just disappeared in these caves. He'd been part of something much darker, something that was still going on, and whatever was down here with us. It was getting closer. Behind me, I heard Sarah suddenly cry out in pain. Something touched me, she gasped, rolling up her sleeve to reveal angry red welts on her arm, like a chemical burn. I recognized the pattern immediately. My father's notes had described the same subject hunting techniques, a paralytic compound that burned on contact. We were being hunted, and the hunt had just begun. Let me see those welts, I said, taking a small first aid kit from my pack. Sarah's arm had 3 long red marks, like something had dragged burning fingers across her skin. What could have caused this? Dr. Williams asked, peering over my shoulder. Some caves have mineral deposits that can irritate skin, I lied, applying ointment to Sarah's arm. I knew exactly what had caused it, the same paralytic compound my father had documented. The creatures, the subjects, used it to slow down their prey. Did anyone see anything touch her? I asked, looking around the group. Everyone shook their heads. Whatever had touched Sarah had moved quickly and silently. Let's stay closer together, I said, and keep your lights pointed outward. As we moved deeper, the clicking sounds grew, more frequent. They seemed to come from all directions now, bouncing off the cave walls. I tried to focus on our path, but my mind kept returning to my father's journals, the way he described these creatures, pale, eyeless, with elongated limbs, made my skin crawl. Look at this, Dr. Williams called out, her light shining on the cave wall. Cave paintings? We gathered around to see. Crude figures were etched into the stone. Elongated, skeletal beings hunting what looked like normal humans. They carried spear-like weapons and appeared to be climbing on walls and ceilings. These must be ancient, Mark said, taking photographs. But I noticed something else. Fresher markings overlaid on the ancient ones, chemical formulas exactly matching those in my father's research on accelerated adaptation serums. What do you make of these symbols? I asked Dr. Crane, watching her reaction closely. She studied them a moment too long before answering. Interesting. Probably just modern graffiti. She was lying. I could see it in her eyes. She recognized these formulas. As we continued, I spotted something wedged between rocks near the floor, an old camera. The metal was corroded, but the case had protected it from the worst of the cave's moisture. I picked it up, pretending to examine it casually, but my heart was racing. On the film canister inside was a label in faded ink, my father's handwriting, evidence of successful adaptation, Phase 4, subjects now self-sustaining. I quickly tucked it into my pack. This camera was from the 1947 expedition that was reported lost. I needed to develop that film. We should be approaching the cathedral chamber soon, I announced, checking my map. It's supposed to be one of the largest in this system. As we walked, Dr. Morris fell into step beside me. Turner, he said quietly. Howard Turner. Any relation to James Turner, who worked these caves in the 30s? My father. I kept my face neutral. My father. He died in a cave-in. Is that what they told you? He asked. Before I could respond, our lights began to flicker, all of them, at the same time. I just put in fresh batteries this morning, Mark said, tapping his flashlight. Me too, added Sarah. I checked my own light. The power was draining in a specific pattern, exactly like the electromagnetic pattern my father had documented before subject hunting behavior. Everyone, back up lights now, I ordered. And stay together. Palmer moved closer to me as we walked. You know what's happening, don't you, Ranger Turner? He whispered. You've seen this before. I ignored him, focusing on keeping the group moving. We needed to reach the cathedral chamber. A larger space would be easier to defend. The passage widened, and we emerged into an enormous cavern. Our lights couldn't reach the ceiling, but they illuminated strange stalactite formations hanging down like massive organic structures. My breath caught in my throat. I recognized this place from my father's sketches. He'd labeled it Nursery Chamber for Phase 5 Development. Amazing, Dr. Williams said, examining the mineral deposits along one wall. These have been harvested systematically. See the tool marks? I looked closer. The marks matched mining techniques I had developed and published in engineering journals years ago, but that was impossible. No one had been down here until now, unless the creatures had been studying human technology, studying my work. The feeling of being watched intensified. I couldn't shake it. The same sensation my father described in his final journal entries. They're learning faster than we anticipated. This is no longer containable. As the others spread out to examine the chamber, I found a small alcove where I could quickly look through my father's journal pages I'd brought with me. I needed to understand what we were facing. What's that you're reading so intently? I jumped. Dr. Crane stood behind me, her eyes on my father's journal. I closed it quickly. Just some notes on the cave system. Those looked like James Turner's. Notes, she said. I'd recognize his handwriting anywhere. I stared at her. How is that possible? You're too young to have known my father. She smiled thinly. I was there, Howard. I was part of Project Sentinel from the beginning. That's impossible, I said. You'd be 94, she finished. Infamy. The same treatments we gave the test subjects had other applications. Before I could process this, Mark called out from across the chamber. Hey, guys! I found something! We hurried over. Mark was examining a worn backpack wedged between rocks. Looks like someone's been here before us, he said, pulling out a water bottle and a moldy sandwich. That's Jason Miller's backpack, I said, recognizing it. He went missing 3 years ago during a routine survey. Inside the backpack was a journal. The early entries were normal, observations about the cave, measurements, notes about his equipment. But then they changed. Day 3. Heard strange clicking sounds today, probably just water. Day 4. Saw something move at the edge of my light. Pale, like a person, but wrong somehow. Day 5. They're watching me. The pale men who walk on walls. The final entries became harder to read, the handwriting deteriorating. They're putting something in me, in my skin. It burns, can feel it moving inside. The last entry was just scribbles. We need to leave, I said, closing the journal. Now. But we've barely begun to explore, Palmer protested. This isn't a discussion, I replied. We're going back. As I turned to lead the way out, small rocks fell from the ceiling, blocking one of the passages. Was that a small cave-in? Sarah asked nervously. No, I said. It was too controlled. This matched the hunting tactics in my father's notes exactly. They isolate the weakest first, using environmental manipulation rather than direct confrontation. We needed to move fast. But which way? The falling rocks had cut off our primary. Route back. There's an alternate path through here, I said, pointing to a narrower passage. Single file, stay close. As we made our way through the tight passage, Mark, who was at the back of our line, suddenly stopped to adjust his camera strap. Hurry up, Mark, I called back. Just a second, he replied. That second was all it took. More rocks fell, cutting him off from the rest of us. Mark, Sarah shouted. Then we heard it, Mark's scream, followed by strange chittering sounds and the unmistakable noise of something being dragged across stone. Mark! Sarah tried to climb over the fallen rocks. Stop! I pulled her back. We can't help him now. What do you mean we have to go after him? She cried. Listen, I said. The cavern had gone completely silent. No more dragging sounds, no more screams, just the returning clicks, now sounding almost like laughter. What's happening? Dr. Williams asked, her voice trembling. We're being hunted, I said simply. There was no point in hiding it anymore. And we need to keep moving if we want to stay alive. A blood trail led away from the rockfall, disappearing into a crevice too narrow for an adult to follow. The blood smeared in patterns identical to the trail markings in my father's sketches of subject territories. They've marked their hunting ground, Dr. Crane said, examining the blood patterns. They're getting bolder. What exactly are they? Palmer demanded. You know, don't you? Both of you do. Dr. Crane looked at me, then at the group. They were human once, soldiers, specifically, part of a government program in 1907 called Operation Adaptive Warrior, designed to create troops capable of fighting in any environment. What went wrong? Sarah asked. Nothing went wrong, Dr. Crane replied coldly. The program was a complete success. The subjects adapted perfectly to the cave environment, just more completely than anyone anticipated. I stared at her, feeling sick. And my father, what was his role? Your father was assigned to Project Sentinel, the long-term observation program. He was supposed to monitor their development, not interact with them. She paused, but he became fascinated by their evolution. Palmer smiled, a predatory grin that made me uneasy. And here we all are, decades later, checking in on how the experiment is progressing. I realized then that this was never just a cave tour. Everyone here had their own agenda, their own reason for wanting to find the creatures my father had studied. And now those creatures had found us. We need weapons, I said, looking around at what remained of our group. Dr. Williams, Sarah, Palmer, and the two government scientists, Drs. Crane and Morris. Mark was gone, taken, and we'd be next. If we didn't prepare. Weapons. Against what exactly? Sarah asked, her voice shaking. I think it's time you told them everything, I said to Dr. Crane. She nodded slowly. The creatures down here were once human soldiers. They were part of an experiment to create troops who could adapt to any environment. These men were injected with compounds derived from cave-dwelling animals, bats, blind fish, certain insects. That's insane, Dr. Williams whispered. The changes were supposed to be minor, Dr. Crane continued. Enhanced hearing, better night vision, improved climbing abilities. But the compounds kept working long after the initial treatments, causing ongoing mutations. How long has this been going on? Sarah asked. Since 1907, I answered, remembering my father's notes. Almost 52 years now. And what do these things look like now? Palmer asked, a strange eagerness in his voice. Pale, Dr. Crane said. Hairless. Their eyes have atrophied from disuse. They navigate using echolocation, like bats. Their limbs have elongated, and their joints can bend in ways human joints cannot. The clicking sounds, Sarah realized. That's them? Yes. They're talking to each other, hunting us. I began gathering items from our packs. Metal tent poles that could be used as spears, fishing line to make tripwires, chemical light sticks we could use as distractions. Howard, Dr. Morris said quietly, helping me assemble the makeshift weapons. There's something you should know about your father. My hands stilled. What about him? He didn't die in a cave-in. Morris glanced at Dr. Crane, who nodded slightly. He chose to stay down here. My mind reeled. That's impossible. Why would he abandon his family? Abandon me? He believed the crawlers, that's what we called them, were the next step in human evolution, Morris explained. He became obsessed with documenting their development. I remembered a formula from my father's notes. I need to make something, I said, digging through my first aid kit. I found alcohol wipes, baking soda from our food supplies, and mineral oil from the equipment. Maintenance kit, what are you doing? Dr. Williams asked, watching me mix the ingredients. Making a compound that might mask our scent, I explained. If they hunt partly by smell, this might buy us some time. The mixture smelled terrible, but we each rubbed some on our skin and clothes. I checked my father's journal again, confirming I'd made it correctly. We should keep moving, I said. The longer we stay in one place, the easier we are to track. As we gathered our things, Sarah pointed to the wall. What's that? A sticky, transparent substance was oozing from tiny cracks in the rock. I recognized it from my father's notes. Don't touch it, I warned. It's some kind of paralytic agent. If it gets on your skin, you'll be conscious but unable to move. Perfect for keeping prey alive and fresh, Palmer commented with disturbing calm. We moved through a series of smaller chambers, our makeshift weapons ready. The clicking sounds followed us, seeming to come from everywhere at once. They're herding us, Dr. Crane whispered, pushing us deeper. Why haven't they attacked yet? Sarah asked. They took Mark quickly enough. They're studying us, I replied, learning our strengths and weaknesses. In the next chamber, we found something that made my blood run cold. A flat stone covered with tally marks and crude drawings of people with different equipment. They've been keeping records, Dr. Williams said, examining the markings. These look like counts of tour groups. Not just counts, I said, noticing patterns in the markings. These are observations, notes on group sizes, equipment, even individual behavior patterns. Some of the markings looked like degraded English letters. They weren't just watching us, they were learning from us, documenting their findings like scientists. Sarah found a scrap of paper wedged in a crack nearby, a journal, fragment from 1925, describing similar stalking behavior. In the margins were notes I recognized as my father's handwriting, subjects showing remarkable retention of observational skills despite physical degradation. They've been studying tourists for decades, I said, using the tour groups as research subjects. And as genetic samples, Dr. Crane added quietly. What do you mean? The original subjects are dying out. They need fresh DNA to continue the lineage. I felt sick. You mean they're breeding with... Not breeding exactly, she said. More like incorporating genetic material. The parasitic organisms in their saliva can extract and combine DNA from their prey. We continued moving, setting up tripwires and noise traps behind us as we went. When we found a defensible chamber with only 2 entrances, we decided to rest in shifts. I'll take first watch, I volunteered. You all get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll try to find our way back to the surface. Dr. Williams was the first to fall asleep, exhausted from the day's horrors. Then Sarah, then Dr. Morris. Dr. Crane and Palmer remained awake, talking quietly some distance away from me. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language suggested they knew each other better than they had let on. As the others slept, I heard a faint noise from one of the passages, not the usual clicking, but a softer sound, almost like breathing. I raised my light slowly. For just a moment, my beam caught a glimpse of something watching us from a high crevice, a pale, hairless figure with impossibly long fingers and huge, cup-like ears. Its mouth was too wide for its face, lined with small, sharp teeth. It had no eyes, just smooth skin where eyes should be, but the most disturbing thing was how it moved, flowing away like liquid when my light touched it, bending in ways that would break human bones. I nudged Dr. Crane awake. "I saw one," I whispered. "Just one that I could see." "There are probably more," she nodded grimly. "There are always more." When everyone woke for the next shift, Dr. Williams was gone. Her sleeping bag was empty with no signs of struggle. "How is that possible?" Sarah cried. "She was right next to me." I checked the area where Dr. Williams had been sleeping. There, buried in the loose stones, was something metal. I dug it out, a dog tag. It was old, from World War I, bearing the name Captain James Turner, my grandfather. He was supposed to have died in France in 1918, but according to this tag, he had been here. "They took her without making a sound," Palmer said, looking almost impressed. "Remarkable predators." "We need to move," I said, pocketing the dog tag. "Now." We gathered our things quickly. As we were preparing to leave, Sarah screamed. On the cave wall, written in what looked like blood, was a message. "Howard, stay." "How do they know your name?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know. I lied, but I had a terrible suspicion. If my father had stayed down here, had somehow joined these creatures. We found strange tunnels leading upward, perfectly smooth, with handprints showing where the creatures had climbed. The pattern of the tunnels looked familiar to me. Too familiar. These tunnels," I said, examining the construction. "They're using mining techniques I developed, patents I filed years ago." "They've been studying you," Dr. Crane confirmed. "Your work, your life. You're the son of their leader, after all." "My father isn't their leader," I snapped. "Isn't he?" she asked quietly. We continued upward through the tunnels, which opened into a massive chamber that wasn't on any of the cave maps. It was enormous, far larger than any natural formation should be. They dug this, I realized. They expanded the cave system, using your mining techniques, Palmer added. In the center of the chamber was a bizarre collection of human items, books, tools, clothing, and personal effects, all arranged with scientific precision. I recognized my own graduate thesis on experimental mining techniques among the papers, a thesis that was never published publicly. "They've been collecting information," Dr. Morris said, "learning, adapting." Sarah wandered toward a narrow passage, drawn by something shiny. "What's that glinting over there?" Before we could stop her, she leaned into the passage to look closer. A spray of liquid hit her face from the darkness. She stumbled backward, her body going rigid. She fell like a statue, her eyes still moving, terrified. "Sarah!" I rushed to her side. She was completely paralyzed but fully conscious, exactly as described in my father's notes on the crawler's communication fluids. "Don't move," Palmer said, but it wasn't to Sarah. I froze. Behind me, I could hear soft clicking and the sound of something dragging itself across the stone floor. Slowly, I turned. In the dim light of our remaining flashlights stood a crawler. 7 feet tall, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, with too many joints. Its ears were enormous, turning constantly to catch every sound. Where its eyes should have been was just smooth skin, but it was the crawler's mouth that held my attention. wide and filled with needle-like teeth, dripping with the paralytic fluid that had hit Sarah. And then I saw it, on the creature's neck. A distinctive birthmark in the shape of a crescent moon. Dr. Marcus Wells, my father's research assistant, who was reported dead in 1938. My God, I whispered. The creature tilted its head, listening to my voice. Then it made a sound. Not clicking this time, but a raspy approximation of words. How odd to know. It knew my name. It knew who I was, and somehow I knew it had been waiting for me for a very long time. I couldn't move. The creature, once, Dr. Marcus Wells, stood before me, its head tilting as it studied me. "You look like James," it rasped, the words coming with obvious difficulty. "My father's name. This thing knew my father. Where is he?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Where is my father?" Before the crawler could respond, Dr. Morris pulled out a gun I didn't know he had and fired at the creature. The shot echoed deafeningly. In the chamber, the crawler screamed a high, piercing sound that hurt my ears and scrambled up the wall with impossible speed, disappearing into a crack in the ceiling. "What are you doing?" Dr. Crane shouted at Morris. "We need them alive!" "It was about to attack," Morris replied, "but I could tell he was lying." "No, it wasn't," I said. "It was talking to me." All around us, angry clicking sounds filled the chamber, coming from dozens of unseen throats. The shot had alerted others, many others. "We need to move," Palmer said urgently. "Now!" "What about Sarah?" I asked, looking at her paralyzed form. Her eyes were wide with fear, tracking our movements. She could see and hear everything, but couldn't move a muscle. "We can't carry her," Dr. Crane said coldly. "The paralysis will wear off in a few hours. If she's lucky, they'll keep her alive until then." "We're not leaving her," I insisted. "Then you're staying with her," Palmer replied, already backing toward an exit tunnel. "But we're going." Dr. Morris looked torn. "Howard, there's nothing we can do for her now. These creatures, they're faster than us, stronger than us, and they know these caves better than we ever will." "Then why did you come down here at all?" I demanded. "To assess the containment," Dr. Crane replied. "To see if the crawlers were still successfully isolated from the outside world. And to retrieve samples," Palmer added with a cold smile. "My company has been very interested in the paralytic compound these creatures produce. Imagine the pharmaceutical applications." So that was it. Palmer represented some pharmaceutical corporation looking to profit from the crawlers' adaptations. And the government, through Crane and Morris, wanted to make sure their old experiment remained secret. What about my father?" I asked Dr. Crane. "Is he still alive down here?" Something flashed across her face, hesitation, maybe even fear. "In a manner of speaking." "What does that mean?" "Later," she said. "If we survive, I'll tell you everything then." The clicking sounds were getting closer. We had to move. "I'm sorry, Sarah," I whispered, touching her rigid hand. Her eyes pleaded with me. I pulled off my jacket and covered her with it. "We'll come back for you, I promise." We hurried through a tunnel that sloped upward, hoping it might lead to the surface. The walls here were smoother, clearly carved out by tools. "They've been expanding the cave system for decades," Dr. Morris observed, "using increasingly sophisticated techniques." "My techniques," I said bitterly. "They studied my work, applied it down here." As we climbed, I noticed something strange about the tunnel's air. It was fresher, with a faint breeze. There must be an opening to the surface somewhere ahead. We moved faster, hope giving us new energy. But then we heard something that made us all stop cold, a child's laugh, echoing from a side passage. "What was that?" Palmer whispered. "Mimicry," Dr. Crane said firmly. "They can imitate sounds they've heard. Don't listen." But I was already moving toward the sound. Something pulled me toward that passage, a feeling I couldn't explain. "Howard, stop!" Dr. Crane called after me. I ignored her, entering the side. passage. It opened into a small chamber, and what I saw there froze me in place. Laboratory equipment, old but still clearly recognizable. Tables covered with notebooks and specimens in jars, and photos pinned to the wall. Photos of crawlers at different stages of transformation. Some still looked mostly human. This was my father's lab. On a central table lay an old journal, open to a page filled with familiar handwriting. I picked it up with trembling hands, reading my father's words. Day 1, 247. The final stage of transformation has begun. I can no longer pass as fully human during my surface visits. Howard turned 12 today. I watched from a distance as Ellen took him to the lake. He's grown so much. I wonder if he'll follow in my footsteps someday. My father had been watching me grow up. All those years I thought he was dead. He'd been observing me from the shadows. He loved you in his way. I spun around. Dr. Crane stood in the entrance to the chamber. How long have you known he was alive? I demanded. The whole time, she admitted. James was too valuable to the project to waste in a mining accident. So we faked his death and brought him here permanently. Why? Why would he agree to that? He didn't at first, she said, but the longer he studied the crawlers, the more fascinated he became with their evolution. Eventually, he volunteered to undergo the transformation himself. I felt sick. He turned himself into one of those things, willingly. He saw it as the next step in human evolution, Dr. Crane explained. Adaptation to a world humans have ruined. He believed that as the surface became more polluted, more crowded, humans would need to find new habitats. Underground was the logical choice. That's insane, I whispered. Is it? Your father lived twice as long as a normal human. The crawlers can heal injuries that would kill us. They've adapted perfectly to an environment that would kill an ordinary person in days. Something about her tone made me look at her more closely. You admire them. Of course I do, she said simply. They're successful, more successful than we are in many ways. The lab space contained more than just research materials. In one corner, I found a collection of personal items, books, photographs, even toys that I recognized from my childhood. My father had created a shrine to the life he'd left behind, and then I saw it, a photo of me as an adult at my college graduation. A ceremony my father couldn't possibly have attended. He's been watching me my whole life, I realized. He never stopped caring about you, Dr. Crane said. In fact, suddenly the room plunged into darkness as our lights failed simultaneously. The clicking sounds surrounded us, coming from multiple directions. They've found us, Dr. Crane whispered. I fumbled with my backup light, finally getting it to work. Its weak beam showed crawlers entering the chamber from all sides. Pale, eyeless figures flowing through cracks I wouldn't have thought could fit a human finger, let alone an entire body. Morris and Palmer backed into the chamber behind us, surrounded. There are dozens of them, Palmer said, his voice shaking for the first time. The crawlers didn't attack. They surrounded us, clicking to each other, studying us. I noticed they kept a specific distance from me, not threatening, but not approaching either. Then the circle parted, and a new figure entered. This crawler was different, older somehow. Its skin had a greyish tint, and it moved with a slight limp. But what caught my attention was its face. Though distorted by years of mutation, I recognized the strong jaw, the shape of the nose. "Dad?" I whispered. The crawler tilted its head, those massive ears turning toward my voice. Then it raised a hand, 7 long fingers with too many joints, and touched its chest. "How odd," it rasped. "My son." Tears filled my eyes. This monster was my father, James Turner, not dead but transformed into something inhuman. "Why?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Why did you leave us?" The crawler, my father, moved closer. "To protect, to prepare." "Prepare for what?" Dr. Crane stepped forward. "Your father believed that humanity's future was underground. that eventually all humans would need the adaptations these subjects developed. He was preparing a safe haven for when the world above became uninhabitable. But why me? I asked. Why bring me here now? My father made a strange sound, a raspy chuckle. You brought yourself Min-ing techniques. We use them, called to you, I understood then. My entire career path, mining engineering, then the shift to becoming a park ranger at these specific caverns. It hadn't been random. Somehow, my father had guided me, influenced me from the shadows. Your father has been waiting for you to join him, Dr. Crane explained, to continue his work, the family research. I would never choose this, I said, gesturing to my father's transformed body. You already have, Palmer spoke up. Haven't you noticed your growing comfort in these caves? Your claustrophobia mysteriously fading the deeper we go. The way the crawlers keep their distance from you specifically. I stared at him. What are you talking about? Tell him, Dr. Crane, Palmer urged. Tell him what's already in his blood. Dr. Crane looked at me with something like pity. When you were born, Howard, your father injected you with a dormant form of the adaptation serum. It's been in your system your entire life, waiting to be activated by specific environmental triggers. That's why you were so eager to guide this tour, Palmer added. Not just curiosity about your father, but because something in you was responding to the call of the caves. I remembered how my lifelong claustrophobia had mysteriously faded the deeper we went into the cave system. How the crawlers seemed to recognize me, to keep a respectful distance. You're saying I'm already changing. The process has barely begun, Dr. Crane assured me. But yes, your DNA was prepared for this environment before you could even walk. My father moved closer, his twisted hand reaching toward my face. I fought the urge to recoil as those elongated fingers touched my cheek. Continue work, he rasped. Fam, illy, leg, AC. Suddenly, a tremendous boom shook the chamber. Rocks fell from the ceiling as the crawler scattered in panic. What was that? I shouted over the noise. Explosives, Dr. Morris said grimly, checking his watch. Our containment team was instructed to seal the entrance if we didn't return on schedule. They're burying us alive, Palmer cried. Standard protocol for containment breach, Morris replied. Better to lose the research team than risk the crawlers reaching the surface. Another explosion rocked the cave, closer this time. The primary entrance was being systematically collapsed. There's another way out, my father rasped, his speech improving with effort. Water passage, deep, dangerous. Where? I demanded. He pointed to a low tunnel at the far side of the chamber. Through there. Follow the flow. The crawlers were already disappearing into various cracks and passages, fleeing the collapse. My father lingered, his eyeless face turned toward me. Come with us, he said. Belong here. For one insane moment I considered it. To stay with my father, to learn the truth about his work, to understand what he'd become. But then I thought of the surface, of sunlight and open skies, of a life I still wanted to live as a human. I can't, I said. My father made a rattling sound, a sigh. You will soon. Then he was gone, flowing into a crack in the wall that seemed impossibly small for his frame. We need to move, I told the others. Now. As the cave continued to collapse around us, we ran toward the tunnel my father had indicated. Our last chance to reach the surface before being buried alive. The tunnel my father had pointed to was barely big enough to crawl through. I went first, dragging myself forward on my elbows as the cave continued to shake around us. Hurry, I called back to the others. Dr. Crane followed closely behind me, then Morris. Palmer came last, muttering curses as his expensive clothes tore. On the sharp rocks, the tunnel sloped downward, growing wetter as we moved. Soon we were crawling through an inch of cold water. I think we're heading toward an underground river, I said, feeling the current growing stronger. Another explosion boomed somewhere above us. Dust and small rocks showered down. "They're getting closer," Morris warned. "If they collapse this section, we'll be trapped." After what seemed like hours of crawling, the tunnel finally opened into a larger chamber, with a swift underground river cutting through it. The water was black in our dim lights, flowing toward a dark passage at the far end. "The water goes somewhere," I said, "and water always finds a way out." "You expect us to get in that?" Palmer asked, staring at the dark water. "You'd prefer staying here?" Dr. Crane asked dryly. As we stood at the river's edge, I noticed a small cavity in the wall. Something glinted inside. I reached in and pulled out a metal container, sealed. Against the moisture, inside was a waterproof journal with my father's name on the cover. "What is it?" Dr. Crane asked. "My father's journal," I replied, quickly tucking it into my shirt. "I'll read it if we get out of here." Another blast shook the chamber, closer than before. Chunks of ceiling crashed into the water. "No time to debate," I said. "We're swimming." I tested the water with my hand. It was ice cold. We'd have minutes at most before hypothermia set in. "The current looks strong," Morris observed. "It might carry us out, or it might drown us." "I'll take drowning over being buried alive," Dr. Crane said grimly. We didn't have time to fashion rafts or floats. The explosions were getting closer, collapsing the cave system section by section. Our only option was to enter the water and hope it led to the surface. "Stay together," I instructed. "Use your lights to watch for rocks or low ceilings." One by one, we lowered ourselves into the freezing river. The current caught us immediately, pulling us toward the dark tunnel where the water disappeared. "Here we go," I called, as the current swept us into the passage. The water moved faster than I expected, carrying us through a series of twisting tunnels. Sometimes the ceiling dipped so low we had to hold our breath and duck underwater. Other times, the passage widened into chambers where the current slowed briefly. In one such chamber, I saw something that made my blood run cold despite the freezing water. Small, pale figures clinging to the walls. Baby crawlers. Their skin was translucent, their limbs not yet fully elongated. But most disturbing was their faces, still partly human, with vestigial eyes that were nearly sealed shut. "My God," Palmer whispered, seeing them too. "They're breeding." "Not breeding," Dr. Crane corrected as we drifted past the infant crawlers. "Evolving. Each generation shows less human characteristics than the last." I flashed my light around the chamber and froze. One of the young crawlers had turned toward us, and I could see its face clearly. Though distorted, the features were unmistakable. They resembled mine. Before I could process this horror, the current caught us again, sweeping us onward through the darkness. The tunnel began to slope more steeply. The water rushed faster, bouncing us against the walls and ceiling. I lost track of the others in the chaos, focusing only on keeping my head above water and my light pointed forward. Then I heard it, a roaring sound ahead. "Underground waterfall," I shouted, hoping the others could hear me. "Brace yourselves!" The river dropped away beneath us. We fell through darkness, crashing into a deep pool below. The impact knocked the air from my lungs. I kicked desperately toward what I hoped was the surface, my lungs burning. I broke the surface with a gasp, coughing and sputtering. My light was still miraculously working, its beam cutting through the darkness. We were in an enormous cavern with a high ceiling. The water here was calmer, flowing gently toward what looked like a low passage. Dr. Crane? Morris? Palmer? I called, sweeping my light across the water. Dr. Crane's head appeared nearby, then Morris. Of Palmer there was no sign. "Where's Palmer?" I asked. As if in answer, pale hands broke the surface of the water, dragging a thrashing Palmer downward. He screamed once before disappearing beneath the black water. "Swim!" I shouted to the others. "Now!" We struck out for the passage where the water flowed outward. Behind us, the surface of the pool churned as multiple crawlers moved beneath it. They were hunting us in their element now. As we neared the passage, I saw Palmer surface once. More, his face a mask of terror. Then I caught a glimpse of my father's distinctive eyes in the crawler that dragged him down again. We reached the low passage and let the current carry us through. It was tight. Barely enough space between water and ceiling to breathe. But the flow was gentle here, allowing us to conserve our failing strength. "I think I feel a breeze," Dr. Crane gasped after we'd been floating for some time. She was right. A faint current of fresh air brushed my face, and the darkness ahead seemed less absolute. "We're getting close to the outside," I said, hope surging. Through me. The passage widened gradually, and the ceiling rose higher above the water. The current quickened again, carrying us faster, and then I saw it, a faint greyish light ahead. Dawn was breaking outside, and its light was finding its way into the cave system. With renewed energy, we swam toward the light. The passage opened up, and suddenly we were floating in a small pool at the base of a cliff. Above us, the sky was turning from black to deep blue as morning approached. We dragged ourselves onto the rocky shore, too exhausted to speak. We lay there breathing in the sweet, fresh air, watching the stars fade from the sky. After some time, Dr. Morris broke the silence. "We made it." "Not all of us," I reminded him, thinking of Mark, Dr. Williams, Sarah, and Palmer. "They knew the risks," Dr. Crane said coldly. "Did they?" I asked. "Did any of us really know what we were walking into?" I pulled my father's waterproof journal from my shirt. It had survived the journey. Opening it with trembling hands, I turned to the final entry. "My son will come to me," it read. "Not today, perhaps not for years, but the call of the deep places will grow in him as it grew in me. The adaptation process has already begun in his blood. He will return to continue our work, to document the next stage of human evolution. The family research continues through him. This is not an end, but a beginning." I closed the journal, feeling sick. What had my father done to me? What was already changing in my blood, in my DNA? "We need to report this," Dr. Morris said, pulling himself to his feet. "The containment has been compromised." "No," Dr. Crane replied sharply. "If we report this, they'll send in a cleansing team. Everything will be destroyed. All that research, all those evolutionary insights, lost forever. Those insights killed. 4 people just today," I reminded her. "But think of what we could learn," she insisted. "The pharmaceutical applications alone." Palmer was right about that. The crawler's paralytic compound, their healing abilities, their adaptation to extreme environments. "You sound like my father," I said quietly. She didn't deny it. We found our way to a road by mid-morning and flagged down a passing truck. We told the driver we were cavers who had gotten lost. He drove us back to the National Park headquarters. The park authorities were shocked by our appearance and immediately called for medical help. We were taken to the nearest hospital where doctors examined us for injuries. That's when the symptoms began. It started with sensitivity to light. The hospital fluorescence seemed blindingly bright. Then came a strange urge to make clicking sounds with my tongue. I caught myself doing it without realizing, communicating in some primitive way with sounds instead of words. The doctors noticed other things, unusual readings on our blood tests, strange proteins they couldn't identify. They quarantined us, worried about some unknown cave pathogen. Dr. Crane knew what was happening. "It's begun," she whispered to me from her hospital bed. "The adaptation. The parasitic organisms are in our bloodstream now, the vector for genetic modification from the original experiments." "Is there a way to stop it?" I asked desperately. She smiled faintly. "Why would you want to? This is evolution, Howard. We're becoming something new, something better adapted to a changing world. Tests revealed microscopic organisms in our blood, unlike anything the doctors had seen before. They called in government specialists, men in hazmat suits who took samples, and asked endless questions about the cave system. Dr. Morris disappeared from the hospital 3 days later, taken by government agents, I suspected. Dr. Crane lasted another week before she too vanished. I remained, slowly changing, my senses shifting. My eyes grew more sensitive to light until I had to wear dark glasses, even indoors. My hearing sharpened, until I could hear conversations 3 rooms away. My joints became more flexible, my fingers slightly longer. The government agents told me the cave system had been permanently sealed. No one would ever go down there again. No tourists, no researchers, no one. The crawlers were contained once more, but I knew better. If there was one exit through the underground river, there would be others. The crawlers had been expanding their territory for decades. They weren't contained. They were just hiding, watching, waiting. They released me from the hospital after 6 months of tests and observations. They said I was cured, that the strange organisms in my blood had died out. Another lie. I moved back to my small house near the national park. I returned to my job as a ranger, though they kept me on surface. Duty only. No more cave tours for Howard Turner. Life seemed to return to normal. Months passed. The nightmares about the crawlers began to fade, until last night. I woke in darkness, standing at the park's service entrance to the cave system. I had no memory of how I got there. My feet were bare and dirty. I had walked miles from my home. While sleepwalking, in my hand was a note written in handwriting I recognized instantly. "The family research continues through you now, son. The adaptation has begun." My father's handwriting, but I had written it myself. I stood there in the night air, feeling the pull of the cave like a physical force. The entrance was sealed with concrete and steel, but I knew other ways in now. Ways that called to me with the promise of darkness and belonging. I placed my hand against the cold metal door. On the other side, faintly, I heard it, the soft clicking of my family calling me home. And I answered, the sounds rising naturally to my tongue, knowing that soon I would join them in the hollow depths. The adaptation had begun, and I could not stop it. My name is Abigail Foster. I'm 39 years old, and I work as a park ranger at Glacier National Park in Montana. It's a beautiful place. Mountains that touch the sky, forests that go on forever, and glaciers that have stood for thousands of years. At least that's how it used to be. 8 years ago, I was different. I was training for the Olympics as a biathlete. That's cross-country skiing and rifle shooting combined. I was good, really good. My team and I were training in these same mountains when everything changed. An avalanche hit us. I was the only one who survived. I found shelter in a cave with strange markings on the walls. As I sat there, freezing and scared, I prayed to whatever was listening. "Please, just let me live." Something answered. I didn't know it then, but now I'm starting to understand what happened that day. Winter patrol is my job now. This season has been strange, colder than usual, with storm patterns that don't make sense. The weird thing is, I've been having nightmares about these exact weather patterns. It's like my dreams are showing me where the storms will hit before they happen. I haven't told anyone about this. They'd think I'm crazy. This morning I found something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it. A Vox, perfectly preserved in ice. But it wasn't just frozen, it was caught mid-run, like it had been flash frozen in an instant. Its eyes were open, still looking afraid. When I radioed it in, they sent a science team. The guy in charge looked at me funny when he examined it. "This isn't possible," he said. "The cellular preservation, it's like nothing we've seen before." But I had seen it before. My teammates' bodies showed the same impossible preservation. The medical examiners couldn't explain it. I remember one of them whispering to another, "It's like they were frozen from the inside out." The weather equipment is going crazy too. Yesterday, our sensors recorded a temperature drop of 50 degrees in just seconds. Not across the whole park, just in specific spots. When I mapped them out, they formed a pattern that made my blood run cold. It matched exactly the drawings I'd photographed in that cave 8 years ago. I've kept those photos hidden. I don't know why. Something tells me I need to keep them secret. This afternoon, I ran into some Blackfeet tribe members. They were talking to the park director about the geological surveys happening near the eastern glaciers. When they saw me, they stopped talking. One of the elders, a man with deep lines in his face and eyes that seemed to look right through me, approached. "You are the marked one," he said, "the one who survived." I didn't know what to say. How did he know about me? "You should not be here when the ice wakes," he continued. "The winter spirit is stirring." The park director laughed it off, but I couldn't, because just that morning I had found something else. Paw prints in the snow. Wolf prints, but huge. 3 times bigger than any wolf I've ever tracked. And the strangest thing, the snow around the prints was still frozen solid, radiating cold like a freezer with the door open. It had been there for days, not melting. Even in the afternoon sun, I've seen a print like this before, near where my teammates died. One single massive paw print that no one could explain. It wasn't in any official reports, just disappeared. My patrol partner, Jack Whitmore, has been acting weird lately. He's been taking pictures of ice formations, not normal ones, but strange crystalline structures that form in perfect geometric patterns. When he showed me, my stomach dropped. They looked exactly like the frost patterns that formed on my skin after I was rescued. The doctors called it unusual frost damage and took pictures for their records. Yesterday, all our radios picked up a strange sound, a howling that made the hair on my neck stand up. When we checked the equipment afterward, every radio was covered in a thin layer of frost from the inside. The tech guy said it was impossible. He ran the audio through some analysis program. Later, he pulled me aside. "Ranger Foster, this is going to sound crazy, but these frequencies, they match human brainwave patterns, specifically delta waves associated with deep nightmares." I didn't tell him they match my nightmares. This morning was the worst yet. We found a hiker standing upright in a clearing, frozen solid. His face, his expression was exactly the same as my teammates. The exact same look of recognition and terror, like they saw something familiar before they died. When we took his core temperature, the reading was so low the equipment couldn't register it. One of the scientists whispered something about absolute cellular preservation temperature. I've heard those words before. In some documents I found in my Olympic medical file, they were marked Project Sentinel Cold Adaptation Study. I wasn't supposed to see them. Now I'm sitting in my cabin, watching the snow fall in perfect circles. Outside my window, the wind is blowing hard from the west, but the snow is falling in spirals that don't follow the wind at all. They're making symbols in the snow, the same symbols I find myself drawing without thinking when it gets really cold. Something is happening in Glacier National Park. Something connected to my survival, to that cave, to the prayer I made 8 years ago, and I'm starting to think that whatever saved me that day is coming to collect its due. I couldn't sleep last night. The wind kept howling outside my cabin, sounding almost like words. When I finally did drift off, Jack Whitmore was in my dreams. He was standing in a field of snow, telling me about a wolf that swallowed the sun. The strangest part, when I met him for morning patrol, he looked tired too. "Had the weirdest dream," he said, rubbing his eyes. "There was this massive wolf, bigger than a house. It was eating the sun and everything went dark and cold. My coffee cup almost slipped from my hand. That was my nightmare. The exact same one I've had for 8 years. I've never told anyone about it. Just a dream," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But we both knew it wasn't. We were checking the eastern trail when Jack pointed to something on a tree. Someone had carved symbols into the bark, a huge wolf-like creature surrounded by swirling patterns. My hand moved to my hip without thinking. Under my uniform, I have scars from the frostbite I got during the avalanche. They form the exact same pattern. The doctors couldn't explain it. These don't look like normal frostbite scars, they said. They're too deliberate. As we continued our patrol, we noticed something odd. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering, just empty silence. The animals are gone, Jack said, looking around. All of them. I remembered something from 8 years ago. When the rescue team came for me, they brought dogs to find survivors, but the dogs refused to go near the cave where I had sheltered. They whined and pulled at their leashes, showing the same fear I was seeing in the few animals still in the park. Back at headquarters, we got a call from a research team studying glacier melt near the eastern ridge, the same area where my teammates died. They were panicking, their voices breaking up over the radio. "Something's moving in the ice," one of them said. "There are eyes watching us from inside the glacier." Then the radio went dead. A blizzard hit as we prepared the rescue team. The snow was falling so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. That's when I saw it, a massive shadow moving through the white. It looked like a wolf, but it was the size of a small building. For a second, it turned toward me, and I recognized it. It was the same shadow I saw when I was dying of cold in that cave, what I thought was a hallucination from the hypothermia. I called it my shadow protector in my head. When we finally reached the research camp, everything was frozen solid. The tents, equipment, even a mug of coffee with steam still rising, all perfectly preserved in ice. It was exactly like the scene where my teammates died. The position of the bodies, the arrangement of equipment, an exact copy. Jack found their camera. When we played back the footage, my blood went cold. The freeze happened in seconds, but there was something else. A single frame showed me standing at the camp right before everything froze. But that's impossible. I was miles away with the rescue team. One researcher had kept a journal. The last few entries got stranger and stranger. Day 15. Something is watching us from within the glacier. I can feel its eyes on me when I work. Day 16. The ice speaks. Not with words, but with feelings. Cold, hunger, waiting. The final page was a drawing, a perfect sketch of me, but with wolf eyes. The researcher had never met me. On our way back, Jack spotted something strange. Ice formations that looked like they were built deliberately. They formed perfect columns and arches, pointing to specific stars in the sky. "These mark the winter solstice," Jack said, his voice oddly flat. 3 days from now. I stared at him. "How do you know that?" He blinked like he was waking up. I don't know. I just do." When we got back to headquarters, Jack disappeared for a few hours. I found him in the equipment shed, hunched over a collection of ice shards. He had been gathering them from each freezing site we'd found. "They contain memories," he whispered, holding one up to the light. "Look, when I looked through the crystal, I saw flashes of the cave where I had sheltered. Details I had never told anyone. The exact pattern of the drawings. The small crack in the ceiling that looked like a howling wolf. The way the ice had formed around my hands as I prayed. How is this possible?" I asked, my voice shaking. Jack just shook his head. Later that night, I noticed something strange. Despite the temperature dropping to 20 below zero, I wasn't cold. I put my hand in a bucket of snow and nothing, no pain, no numbness. My skin just turned slightly blue like it was absorbing the cold. I went to the medical station and checked my temperature. It was 90 degrees, hypothermic for a normal person, but I felt fine, better than fine. I felt strong. The next morning, a helicopter arrived with a specialist team sent by the National Park Service. As they climbed out, I recognized one of them. A woman with sharp eyes and silver-streaked hair, Dr. Eleanor Crane. I had seen her photo in my Olympic medical files, standing next to my biathlon coach. The strange thing, in that photo from 8 years ago, she looked exactly the same as she did now. She hadn't aged a day. When she saw me watching her, she smiled. Not a warm smile, but the kind a scientist gives when looking at an interesting specimen. "Ranger Foster," she said, "we finally meet in person." Those words sent a chill through me that even my new cold immunity couldn't block. What did she mean, finally? And why was she here now, when everything was falling apart? Little did I know, things were about to get much, much worse. Dr. Crane's team set up their equipment in the main ranger station. On Guy, Dr. Mendez had all kinds of machines that measured heat and cold. He showed me readings from the frozen sites. "This shouldn't be possible," he said, pointing to the sharp lines on his computer screen. "To freeze something this fast would take more energy than a lightning bolt. It's like something is sucking all the heat out at once." "Could it be natural?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He shook his head. "The only way this works is if something is taking the heat energy from living things. That's why the bodies are so perfectly preserved. Their own heat energy is being harvested to freeze them." A chill ran down my spine. I remembered how cold I felt in that cave, like my warmth was being pulled out through my skin. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing blue lights moving between the trees outside my window. I grabbed my coat and followed them, knowing I should call for backup, but somehow unable to stop myself. The lights led me deep into the forest, to the base of the glacier where I had survived 8 years ago. The ice had melted back dramatically since then, climate change eating away at the ancient frozen wall. There was an opening now that hadn't been there before, a dark mouth in the ice. I should have been scared, but I wasn't. Something was pulling me forward like a fish on a hook. Inside, the ice cave opened up into a massive chamber. The walls glowed with a faint blue light, and I could see the drawings better now. Huge wolves chasing the sun, people kneeling before them, spirals of cold moving between them. But what made me gasp were the bodies. They were everywhere, frozen in the walls of the cave. Men and women from different times. Some wearing old-fashioned clothes from 100 years ago, others in more modern gear. All perfectly preserved, all arranged in the same position, kneeling with their arms outstretched, like they were offering something, exactly how they found my teammates. I backed away and bumped into something. Jack. His eyes looked strange in the blue light, reflective, like a wolf's. "You shouldn't be here," he said, but his voice didn't sound angry. It sounded sad. "What is this place?" I whispered. "A feeding ground," he said. "A prison, a shrine. It depends who you ask." He showed me what he'd been hiding, a bag full of ice shards collected from all over the park. They glowed faintly in the dark. "These protect me," he said. "They have pieces of you in them. Your memories from that day. Whatever deal you made, it left a mark." "What deal?" "I didn't make any deal." "You prayed for survival," he said simply. Something answered. Back at headquarters, the team was in a frenzy. Their indigenous guide, a man named Thomas, was explaining something to Dr. Crane with urgent gestures. "The Amarok is waking," he said when I walked in, "earlier than the cycle allows." "What cycle?" I asked. He turned to me, his eyes widening slightly when he saw me. "Every 87 years, the winter spirit stirs, but it's early this time. The ice that holds it is melting." I did the math in my head and felt sick. My accident happened exactly 87 years after the last documented freezing incident in the park. Dr. Crane nodded, like this confirmed something. "Climate change is accelerating the cycle," she said. "The binding ice is weakening." I found old ranger logs from 1908 that described exactly what was happening now. Animals frozen in place, strange ice formations, blue lights in the forest. There had been one survivor back then too, a ranger who showed unusual resistance to cold afterward. The logs mentioned strange markings on his skin, identical to my scars. When I went to check on Jack, his room was empty. But on his desk was a strange arrangement, ice shards placed in a circle around animal bones. I recognized the pattern instantly. It was the same arrangement I found myself making with sticks and stones when I got too cold, a pattern I didn't understand but somehow needed to complete. Dr. Mendez burst into the room, clutching a thermal imaging device. "There's something out there," he said, his voice shaking. "Something big. It's moving through the trees about a mile from here. The temperature around it is -70 degrees, but the thing itself it's like a heat sink, pulling in all, the warmth around it. On his screen I could see a cold wake spreading out behind whatever was moving through the forest. The pattern of the wake looked familiar. It matched exactly the temperature pattern my body made when I got too cold, like a signature in the snow. That night, strange things started happening. Ice formed in impossible ways, flowing uphill, making perfect geometric shapes that matched the scars on my skin. The scars themselves were changing, fading and reappearing with the phases of the moon. The radio crackled to life at 3 a.m., making everyone jump. A voice came through, old and scratchy like a bad recording. "Grid coordinates follow for active zones," it said. Then it read out a series of numbers. When we mapped them, they formed a perfect circle with points marking every freezing incident. The center of the circle was the cave where I had survived. The radio technician looked pale. That transmission, it's identical to one sent by Ranger William Cooper in 1908. Before dawn, 3 members of Dr. Crane's team went missing. We found them an hour later in the forest. They were standing in a perfect triangle, frozen solid. Their faces didn't show fear. They showed recognition, like they had seen something they knew before it took them. Back at base, Dr. Crane pulled me aside. "The Amarok isn't randomly choosing victims," she said. "It's targeting people with specific genetic markers, the same markers you have. Why? It needs compatible vessels," she said. "Think of it like a parasite that can only live in certain hosts." "But why me? Why my teammates?" She hesitated. "Your Olympic team wasn't randomly chosen for that training location. Project Sentinel had been monitoring all of you for genetic compatibility." I felt like I'd been punched. "You knew? You sent us there? We didn't know the Amarok would wake early," she said. "Climate change accelerated everything. The glacier melt exposed its prison decades before our models predicted. Before I could process this." Jack stumbled into the room. His skin was pale with blue veins visible underneath, and ice crystals were forming on his eyelashes. "I can't control it," he gasped. "I keep blacking out. I wake up miles away with no memory of how I got there." I noticed fresh ice crystals growing on his skin in patterns that matched my scars exactly. "What's happening to him?" I asked. Thomas, the indigenous guide, stepped forward. "The Amarok is trying to establish a connection, a secondary vessel. Can we stop it?" He nodded grimly. "There's a ritual. It's dangerous, but it might break the link." As he prepared, I caught a glimpse of myself in a window reflection. For a split second, my eyes flashed with the same reflective quality as Jack's, like a wolf's eyes catching the light. What was I becoming? And was it already too late to stop it? Thomas worked quickly, setting up a small fire in the middle of the room. Jack sat on the floor, shivering despite the heat. Ice crystals formed and melted on his skin in a constant cycle. "What's happening to him?" I asked. "The winter spirit is trying to use him," Thomas said. "Just like it's using you, but in a different way." I watched as Thomas burned herbs that filled the room with sweet smoke. He chanted in a language I didn't understand, but somehow the words felt familiar. Suddenly, Jack stood up. His movements were stiff, like someone else was controlling his body. His eyes had gone completely reflective, like mirrors. With jerky steps, he began arranging the furniture in the room into a pattern. With a shock, I recognized what he was making. It was the same altar I had unknowingly created in the cave when I was desperate and praying for survival. An offering table. "Stop him," Thomas said urgently. "He's creating a gateway." I grabbed Jack's arm. His skin was ice cold, like touching a frozen pole. He turned to look at me, but it wasn't Jack behind those eyes anymore. "The marked one," he said in a voice that wasn't his. "The vessel returns." Thomas threw something into the fire that made it flare up. Jack screamed, a howling, inhuman sound, and collapsed. For a few minutes, no one moved. Then Jack groaned and sat up, looking dazed but normal again. "What happened?" he asked, his voice his own again. Thomas looked grim. "I broke the connection, but it won't last. The Amarok is getting stronger as the solstice approaches." "What did I do?" Jack asked. "You were building an altar," I said. "The same one I made in the cave without knowing it." Thomas nodded. "When you prayed for survival in that cave, you offered something in return, not with words, but with intent. The Amarok accepted your offering." "What did I offer?" My voice was barely a whisper. "Future warmth," he said. "Life energy, not just yours but others. A spiritual exchange, your life then for other lives later." The room felt suddenly cold. "My teammates," I said, the truth dawning on me. "They were the payment." Thomas nodded sadly. "The first payment. Now it's hungry again." Outside, the sun was setting. The winter solstice was tomorrow. Dr. Crane gathered. Everyone in the main room. "All non-essential personnel need to evacuate immediately," she said. "Helicopters are on their way." "What about the people in the park?" I asked. "There are still campers out there. We've sent rangers to evacuate them," she said. "But our priority now is containing the entity." Jack's eyes had developed a permanent reflective quality, catching the light like a wolf's. I avoided looking at mirrors, knowing my eyes were changing too, becoming less human with each passing hour. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped. Suddenly, the heating system sputtered and died. Every piece of electronic equipment froze over and stopped working. "It's starting," Dr. Crane said. "The solstice window is opening early." I could feel it too, a pulling sensation in my chest, like something was tugging on an invisible rope connected to my heart. We gathered what emergency supplies we could. Flares, propane heaters, anything that could generate heat. Then we waited. The first sign was the silence. All sound seemed to vanish, like the air itself had frozen. Then came the cold. Not the regular winter cold, but something deeper that cut right through our layers of clothing. Jack was the first to see it. He pointed out the window wordlessly. There, at the edge of the trees, stood a wolf. But this was no ordinary wolf. It was massive, the size of a bear or larger. Its fur wasn't fur at all, but thousands of ice crystals that caught the moonlight and scattered it like diamonds. Its eyes glowed blue in the darkness, and they were my eyes. The same shape, the same expression, like looking into a mirror. "The Amarok," Thomas whispered. It moved with impossible grace for something so large, flowing like water through the trees toward us. Where it stepped, the ground froze solid. "It's herding us," Dr. Mendez said suddenly. "Look." He was right. The Amarok wasn't attacking directly. It was circling the building, cutting off escape routes one by one, pushing us toward the east, toward the cave. Dr. Crane pulled me aside. "You need to know the truth," she said urgently. "The Amarok isn't evil. It's a guardian spirit, a protector of winter. For thousands of years, it kept the balance of the seasons. Then why is it killing people?" "Climate change," she said. "As the world warms, it needs more energy to maintain its form. The sacrifices were once voluntary, honored tribe members who gave themselves to the spirit. Now it takes what it needs to survive. The Amarok howled, a sound that made the windows vibrate. Ice spread across the glass in intricate patterns that matched my scars. "We can weaken it with heat," I said, remembering something I'd read in the old ranger logs. Fire ceremonies were part of the binding rituals. We broke open the emergency supplies and set up flares around the building, creating a perimeter of heat. The propane heaters went next to the doors and windows. The Amarok snarled when it saw what we were doing. It backed away from the heat, circling more carefully now. Then it did something I wasn't prepared for. The ice crystals on its body shifted and changed, forming shapes, human shapes. My teammates, perfectly recreated in ice. They moved forward, calling my name in voices I hadn't heard in 8 years. "It's using your memories," Dr. Crane warned. "Don't listen!" But Jack was already walking toward them, his hand outstretched. "Jack, no!" I shouted. He turned to look at me, and for a moment I saw the real Jack fighting to get through. "I know what I have to do," he said, his voice strangely calm. "I've seen it in the dreams, the binding ritual." Before anyone could stop him, he ran past the flares and straight toward the Amarok. The ice figures of my teammates parted to let him through. "What is he doing?" I asked desperately. Thomas's face had gone pale. "He's offering himself as a vessel instead of you." The Amarok lowered its massive head until it was eye to eye with Jack. There was intelligence in those eyes, ancient and cold, but undeniably aware. Jack reached out and placed his hand on the creature's snout. "I accept the bond," he said clearly. The Amarok let out a howl that shattered the ice for miles around. The sound hit me like a physical force, dropping me to my knees. With it came a flood of images, the Amarok sleeping beneath the ice for centuries, awakening briefly every 87 years, to feed, then returning to its slumber. But now the ice was melting, its prison was disappearing, and it was angry. I watched helplessly as Jack led the creature toward the east, toward the geothermal area where hot springs bubbled up through the ground. I knew what he was doing, recreating. The binding ritual shown in the cave paintings, offering himself as the vessel rather than me. He was sacrificing himself to save us all. I ran after Jack and the Amarok, ignoring the shouts behind me. The cold didn't bother me anymore. I moved through the snow as easily as walking on dry ground. The Amarok's howl still echoed through the mountains, shattering ice and sending avalanches of snow tumbling down distant slopes. With that howl came understanding. I could feel the creature's thoughts in my head, like whispered words in a language I suddenly knew. It was ancient, so ancient. It had been here when the glaciers first formed, a spirit of winter given form through belief and ritual. For thousands of years it had kept the balance, sleeping when the world warmed, waking when it cooled. The cycle had been perfect, until now. The world was warming too fast. Its ice prison was melting years before it should have. It was waking up confused and hungry in a world that was changing too quickly. Dr. Crane caught up with me, her breath making clouds in the freezing air. "We have to stop Jack," she said between gasps. "The binding won't work properly. He's not the right vessel." "What do you mean?" I asked. "The Amarok chose you 8 years ago," she said. "You're the anchor it needs in a warming world. Without you, it will hunt freely, taking more and more lives to maintain its form." "You knew about this," I said, the truth finally clicking into place. "You sent my team to that mountain on purpose." She didn't deny it. Project Sentinel monitors supernatural disruptions caused by environmental changes. The Amarok is just one of many ancient entities affected by climate change. We've been tracking it for decades. So my teammates were what? Sacrifices? Potential vessels, she corrected. We didn't know which one the Amarok would choose. It chose you. I thought of my teammates frozen in the snow, their faces in that moment of recognition and terror. They had been used. Ahead, Jack and the Amarok had reached the geothermal area. Steam rose from hot springs, creating a ghostly landscape of ice and mist. Jack stood on a flat rock surrounded by bubbling water, his arms raised to the night sky. The Amarok circled him, its massive paws crushing the frozen ground. The binding ritual requires both parties to be willing, Dr. Crane explained. The Amarok needs a human anchor to maintain its form in the warming world, but the anchor must be compatible. And Jack isn't? No. If he completes the ritual, the Amarok will consume him entirely, and then it will come for you anyway. I stepped forward, walking across the ice toward Jack and the creature. The Amarok saw me and stopped its circling. Those eyes, my eyes, watched me carefully. "Jack," I called, "stop, this isn't the way." He turned to look at me, frost covering his face in beautiful patterns. "It's the only way," he said. "I've seen what happens if the Amarok goes free. It will take everyone, Abby, everyone." "I know," I said, "but it should be me. It's always been me." The Amarok growled, a sound like ice cracking deep below a frozen lake. I could feel its hunger, not just for warmth, but for connection. It had been alone for so long. Dr. Crane had followed me. "If you complete the binding, you'll sacrifice your humanity," she warned. "You'll become a guardian, neither human nor spirit." "What's the alternative?" I asked. "Let it hunt," she said simply. "Let it take what it needs to survive. We can manage the casualties, keep them to a minimum." The coldness in her voice shocked me. This was the real face of Project Sentinel, willing to sacrifice a few to maintain. "Control!" The Amarok growled again, this time with anger. It had heard her thoughts through our connection. It lunged toward Dr. Crane, moving faster than seemed possible for something so large. "No!" I shouted. Surprisingly, it stopped. It turned those glowing eyes toward me, waiting. In that moment, I understood the real choice, not whether to bind the Amarok or let it go free, but how to bind it. The ancient rituals had always been about surrender, the human vessel giving up their will to the spirit. But what if there was another way? I stepped forward until I was face to face with the massive wolf. This close, I could see that its ice crystal fur contained thousands of tiny scenes, memories of winters past, of humans who had come before me. "I accept the bond," I said clearly, "but on my terms." The Amarok tilted its head, curious. "Not surrender," I continued. "Partnership, balance, like it was meant to be." I reached out and placed my hand on its snout, just as Jack had done. But instead of letting it take control, I pushed back with my mind, with my will. I showed it my memories, my life, who I was, who I could still be. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the Amarok let out a different kind of howl. Not angry or hungry, but something almost like surprise. Light exploded around us, blinding in its intensity. I felt cold seeping into my bones, into my blood, into my very cells. But it wasn't a painful cold. It was like coming home. The light faded slowly. Where the Amarok had stood, there was nothing but swirling snow that slowly settled to the ground. Jack was kneeling, gasping for breath, but alive. The frost was gone from his skin. Dr. Crane approached cautiously. "What did you do?" I looked down at my hands. Blue veins showed clearly beneath my pale skin, and frost patterns swirled across. My fingers, not frozen to my skin, but somehow part of it. "I changed the terms," I said. "Integration, not submission." I could feel the Amarok inside me now, its consciousness entwined with mine, not fighting for control, but working with me. Ancient knowledge flowed into my mind, the patterns of winters past, the cycles of ice and thaw that had governed the world for millennia. In the days that followed, I discovered what this new partnership meant. I could still be human, feel emotions, have relationships, live a normal life. But I could also sense the cold in ways no one else could. I could see the patterns of winter forming weeks before they happened. And sometimes, when I was alone, in the forest at night, I could call the cold to me, shape it, direct it. Dr. Crane wanted me to join Project Sentinel officially. There are other entities awakening as the climate changes, she explained. Fire spirits in drought-stricken forests. Water guardians in rising seas, they'll need anchors too. I agreed, but with conditions. No more sacrifices, no more using people without their knowledge. If Sentinel wanted my help, they would have to change how they operated. 1 month later, I sat in Dr. Crane's office while she prepared her final report. Foster integration successful, she dictated. Transformation stable through seasonal cycles. Subject retains human autonomy while channeling entity capabilities. She looked up at me, her eyes calculating but respectful. What should I recommend for the other elemental bindings? As climate change accelerates, we'll see more awakening events. I thought about it, feeling the Amarok's ancient wisdom flowing through me. Recommend similar approach, partnership, not domination. We need to relearn how to live with these entities, not control them. Outside, snow was falling. Perfect, ordinary snow, following the wind patterns exactly as it should. For now the balance was restored. The winter spirit had its anchor in a warming world. As for me, I still work as a park ranger at Glacier National Park. I still lead winter patrols. But now I do it with eyes that can see into both worlds, the world of humans and the world of ancient spirits. My skin still bears the frost patterns, fading in summer and darkening in winter. And sometimes, when the moon is full and the night is clear, I run with a shadow through the snow, a shadow the size of a small building, with ice crystal fur and eyes just like mine. I am Abigail Foster. I am the winter's guardian. And as long as I live, the balance will be maintained. Even as the world warms, winter will have its due.